That ought to fix you.
Damn it, Warp Core. Interesting idea, Sorura. I think that also can very easily drift into irritation territory, to which I point to Xenos over in Final Fantasy XIV as an example thereof. Because Xenos absolutely curb stomps you the first time you see him, to the point where it's actually ridiculous. And that does not work. But I get your point. Because I agree with you on Sam. I'd say in general, most people don't understand how hard it is to write a good rival character. But everyone wants to write a good rival character. That's just my take on that. Where is the... Oh, whatever. Screw it. We'll just have Goblin music. Screw it! Goblin it live. Donuts are good. Well, they can be good. You ever have stale donuts? Ugh.
Thanks for letting me stay on with your crew, Captain. I plan to be a very generous queen to all my friends.
You could be generous right now. Move into my quarters. They're cozy.
A man who describes his quarters as cozy really means he leaves dirty clothes on the floor. Every captain needs a good first mate. Corso doesn't know what it takes to run a starship, but I do. Considering the light years you've been racking up, I suggest a hyperdrive overhaul and a sublight engine tune-up. Which do you want first?
The last thing we need is to get stranded in deep space. Keep my hyperdrive hyper.
Consider it done. I'll be indispensable before you know it. Bet you were surprised to see I can hold my own in a fight. I'm pretty good with a blaster. My father taught me to shoot when I was 4 years old.
You robbed me of my big chance. Teaching a girl to shoot can be romantic, if you do it right.
And very messy if you don't. Maybe he spared you a visit to the med center. Father wanted me self-sufficient as early as possible. Said I'd need it to survive. He was right. I still remember the day he told me he was going to sleep for a while. Said I was on my own.
Nock was in that carbonite for a decade. Weren't you still counting birthdays on one hand?
I was 11. Made my first solo hyperspace jump and flew to Dantooine. Father had a hideout there. Talk about your one bantha planets. For a few years, Dantooine's population was doubled thanks to me and Father frozen in carbonite.
You talk a lot about Nock, but you've never mentioned your mother.
She died when I was young. I don't remember her. Looking back, I should have been miserable. But it was just a big adventure. Speaking of which, we're overdue for some more excitement. What do you say we get back to our latest caper?
Well, okay. Hi, Bamber. Hello, Kay.
There. Better?
Oh yeah, of course so. You're, fired. Although I'll have to fix that later. Remind me to fix that.
That ought to fix you.
Captain, I never thought I'd see you here. Thought you were too good for a small-time crooks in Port Nowhere. Once you got your hands on Noctreyan's ship, woohoo! Can I buy you a drink? Get some pointers? I've been waiting for this for a long time.
Sorry, no can do.
Well, what about this?
So, I've been hearing your name for a while now. Almost as long as you've been hearing mine. Rogan. They call me the Butcher. You lost a blaster shipment of mine some time back, and I don't remember ever getting an apology. How about it, Captain? You know how to say I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, but Skavik was the man to blame for that, and he's dead.
Plenty of blame to go around. I'm generous that way. No one steals from me and lives, boy.
But I didn't...
You're not running away this time. My men have your hangar locked down tight.
Sounds like a fun fight.
That's right, Butcher. And it's not just the captain. Me and Sparky are here too.
All right, open season. 100,000 credits to the man who brings me his head.
Done deal, boss. Start moving the funds.
Well, you're dead. I mean, I didn't forget Rogan, but if you remember, I made a point of mentioning all the way back in, you know, the tutorial, that he was small time. And you notice the only time he bothers to actually come after us is when we become big time. Which actually makes a lot of sense, so I'll give you credit on that front. Like, until we made it big, we weren't really worth his time, in both money and in rep. But someone who cheated him who made it big, well, now they're a problem. Because he wants our money, he wants to retain his rep. God, I just said the same thing like 3 times in a row. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be that repetitious, I swear. No. Okay. Sorry, Crow. I deserve it. Well, I also imagine, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I can, he's concerned about how small his dick is. Yeah, it's in the southwest corridor, Cashel. Don't worry about it. We're almost done.
Right.
I honestly didn't think there was going to be this much combat in here. They just don't have any dialogue there, okay? They participate because they're in the background of the cutscene. They don't say anything. Yeah, Caspian.
Captain, good thing you're prompt, or I'd be a dead man. The second we got off the link, Rogan's men turned up.
We don't often see this sort of thing in the Galactic Senate. You were impressive, Captain. Almost worth getting kidnapped for.
This is Senator Bevera Dodana. I work with her now. Rah-rah! Hail the Republic! Etc. etc.
What's a senator want with someone like you?
I've been investigating how the Republic can make better use of independent-minded soldiers of freedom.
Which is why Rogan tried to shut us down. He's an Imperial lackey. This whole criminal empire answers directly to Imperial command.
There's an Imperial fleet waiting out there. Rogan's men were going to deliver us to the Imperials.
This isn't that guy, is it? The, slaver with the stupid name?
The Void Wolf, right? Is that who Rogan's fetching for?
He's got contacts in every major gang. Rogan's one of his biggest assets.
The old butcher's not gonna be around much longer.
Given your performance here today, I believe you.
And if you accept my offer, you won't have to take him on alone. The Republic is looking for men and women of action, patriots without the restriction of a trooper's uniform. How would you like a commission from the Galactic Senate, authorizing you as a privateer naval captain, tasked to target Imperial forces at will?
So there you go, we're being privateered.
I never wanted to get that cozy with the Republic, but I never met a senator like you.
There are no other senators like me. We can't support you openly, but I think those are the kinds of missions you prefer. It's a straightforward deal. We give you targets, cargo, the job we need done, and all the support we can covertly provide. In return, we look the other way about any laws you break, or private gains you make along the way.
Yes, I know what a privateer is, thank you.
The Republic can count on me.
I can't just take your word, can I? I'll have to check up on you. Often. Our top target right now is Balmorra, one of the most likely hotspots for open war to be declared.
Never heard of Balmorra. Is it part of the Republic?
Not exactly. Before the Empire occupied it, it was our single greatest supplier of weapons, ships, and military droids. We need someone to go behind enemy lines and divert a payload of dangerous prototype weapons. Put them in our hands, not the Empire's.
Anything else I should know?
I can transmit some background.
Empire! Empire!
Imperial fleet decloaked! Port side! No! Ah! Starboard side! They're all around us!
It's the Void Wolf! Ah!
Get your ship. Get back to Coruscant. You two, get out of here. I'll try to jump this old tub before they board us. Go!
Yeah, it's actually funny. In a lot of fiction, mercenaries are really played up. But I think at least part of that is because usually the mercenary is us. Like, we can play the mercenary. Like in the very game we're playing right now. We also do that over on the bounty hunter side. Hell, Cyberpunk, right? We actually had a huge discussion of that during the Cyberpunk 2077 run, where I'm going the wrong way. Is this door not open? No, okay, whatever. Where it's actually incumbent upon the punk, us, to really maintain our rep. Because if we don't, nobody will hire us, and we'll get burned, and we'll be screwed, right? So there's like this... Hey, Django, there's this built-in... Yeah, we're going to Balmorra. There's this built-in, I guess, priority around actually being a reliable mercenary, which is funny given historical context. But I suppose that could just be an era thing. I know, right? I was actually commenting that earlier, Django, because it's like... Smuggler isn't exactly scoring well. Not really. But compared to Trooper... Just... We'll save you. You know, one of my favorite things is in Tor? They do the Dragon Age 2 thing where they'll spawn an enemy, and that enemy, you know, basically, like, it's the thing where they just drop down from out of nowhere and all that crap. But the thing that pisses me off the most about it is the fact that they're actually invincible while they're spawning. So while they're getting into position and finishing their animation, they can't be damaged. So that's cool.
Think you're all right.
You might think, Lore, why aren't you changing to combat music? No, I think the Goblin music continues to be appropriate for this situation. So, we've been privatized by the Republic. Actually, I know that's Sarura, but I tend to prefer placing it myself rather than centering it on an enemy. I know you probably haven't noticed, but periodically I have done exactly as you mentioned and just centered it on whatever my target happens to be.
Welcome home, Master. I hope you find your vessel a model of efficiency.
I think we made it through before the noose tightened, and I'm glad you did the same, Captain. I'll stay and make sure Port Nowhere doesn't land in any more of Rogan's or the Void Wolf's little parties. You can think of her as a safe harbor.
So, how's this privateer thing work, anyway?
Well, you heard the Senator. Balmorra's the target. When you get closer, one of us will give you the specs. With things changing so fast, there's no point in an early briefing. And don't think this is all about serving the Republic, either. There's a fortune to be made in this war. An enterprising individual could end up with a criminal empire to rival Rogan.
If I can help the Republic, that's enough for me.
No reason you can't do both. There's a power vacuum in the underworld where the big name's gone. Mark Dre and the Hatchet Ivory. But I have a feeling you'll be up there one day. Just keep in mind, when you're on Balmorra, the opportunities are there. You just have to take them.
I was going to say, that did sound familiar. We'll actually be talking about Ivory later. Not sure who Hatchet is, though. Alright, let's go talk to the best companion in the game. Sometimes I forget. I think I'm a slave. Then it's like the sun is rising.
I'm generally pro-freedom. And pro-sun. I like sons.
Slavery is the worst kind of suffering. You can die nobly and be happy. Slavery destroys all that is good. I will die before I'm a slave again. Okay, that's... Yep, can confirm. Slavery bad. Alright, who's ready for the actual worst companion?
I gotta ask you, Captain. Why are you doing this? Before Dodonna, you've had no ties to the Republic. There's gotta be places you could make credits without taking Imperial fire. So why do we keep heading straight into the war zones?
Just because I don't always pay taxes doesn't mean I don't appreciate the Republic.
Republic's far from perfect, but at least they're trying. When I came home from the brigade with Torchy, my old man told me something that's always stuck with me. Minute you fire a weapon, someone's getting hurt. It's your responsibility to make sure the good you do with it outweighs that harm.
Your father sounds like a good man.
He was. Before Skavik took Torchy, I made sure she only fired against Separatists. Figured everyone I took down was one less family murdered. Sergeant Boom Boom, I like to use against the Empire. Buy a Republic world another day of peace. Makes pulling the trigger that much more meaningful, you know?
I look forward to never bringing you to a mission again until I have to.
Captain,
Speaking of which,
I just got some real good news. Somebody attempted to access Vidu's old bank accounts from Tatooine.
Why are we excited? Was he trying to buy me a gift or something?
It means somebody's still alive. Vidu's crew was like a family to me. First one after mine were killed. I didn't think any of them survived Skavik and Serena. I don't know what they'd be doing on Tatooine.
Any idea who's back from the dead?
The only one with access to the accounts was our slicer. Twi'lek kid. Called himself Jettison. Good guy. Makes me wonder what got him so desperate he tried to take a loan from a dead man's accounts. It'd mean a lot if we could stop on Tatooine, so I can make sure the kid's okay.
I'll find him. You got my word on that.
Thank you, Captain. I won't forget you did this for me. From what I can tell, the access attempt came from some village, way off the beaten path. No name or anything. Really makes me wonder what he's doing out there.
well, I guess we're going to Tatooine really quick. Great. I don't know why the Mandalorians have such a presence. even from an out-of-character perspective. I mean, the cynical thing to say would be because of the fact that the Klingons are a big thing in Star Trek, so the Mandalorians are a big thing in Star Wars. Most science fiction has big warrior race with their own variances and nuances.
Think you're all right.
But let's be clear, the reason the Mandalorian culture even exists is because Boba Fett was considered cool. I suppose it's also because if you think about it, let's call it the character archetypes of Star Wars are primarily centered around the characters who really had the most staying power from the original trilogy. Vader is obvious, the melee Sith warrior. And then we have Palpatine, who gave rise to the mage types. We've got Yoda and Obi-Wan over there. We've got Luke doing his thing. And then, of course, we have Han, and we have Boba Fett. And there's a few other specific answers, but you get my point. But unlike most things in Star Wars where I can definitively point to a singular thing and say that is why that propagated so much, I'm not actually sure what originally pushed the Mandalorians into such widespreadness.
Paths are currently open for business.
It's a good question, Hasbus, but I've decided never to watch it out of pure, unmitigated spite.
That ought to fix you. I'm all for wide open spaces, but why would anybody want to live out in the middle of a desert? A man's got to have some shade.
Welcome. Please select an available travel
It's
route.
gonna go over there? Make up your mind, game. I guess I can switch to the desert playlist while we're here. Yeah, but the Clone Wars was well into the Mandalorian's popularity in Star Wars. That's kind of my point. Like, I don't disagree with you, but the Mandalorians go back well before the Clone Wars, you know? That being said, I would agree with you. Probably the biggest reason why we have Mandalorians as their own show, twice, technically, and such a big presence in Rebels, and such a big presence in the KOTORs and the TORs is probably because of what they did with them in the Clone Wars. I don't remember the specifics on that off the top of my head right now, DJT. That is an Imperial base that you're trying to... Where are you sending me, game? Oh, whatever. Let's try to identify the quickest way to die here. Let's do this guy. And gonna get dismounted immediately. There it is.
There.
Run!
Better?
I think we're leaving Corso behind to die to the Empire, which is actually really funny if you think about it. Yep, Corso is back dying to the Empire. May your sacrifice not be in vain, Corso. Now that would have been interesting. Imagine if the Trandoshans became the Mandalorians instead of the Mandalorians. Corso's just getting murdered over there. Look at him. He's like chain healing himself trying to stay up. Oh, he lived! Holy crap. I'm a little surprised by that. But let's be honest. We all know the only reason Boba Fett is actually popular is because of Vile in Mega Man X1.
Do you have a minute? We're looking for a stranger in your village.
A Twi'lek kid called Jettison. I got a call from him, place from here.
No strangers here. They don't like them. If you're smart. Don't be one.
What's wrong? What's going on behind that shield?
Busy. Busy time. It's feast day, you know. Taste just like Bantha.
We're not getting anything out of her.
Don't go past the shield. I warned you.
Set 2 more fires. These strangers will be fresh meat tonight.
Wow. When she said you were nuts, I was thinking run-of-the-mill cultists. But cannibals take the prize.
You mock us. You have no idea what it takes to survive in the desert. Her gifts are few. It is blasphemy to waste any flesh she provides.
Are you seriously trying to justify this?
Kill them! Save the organs!
Wouldn't you want the meat, not the... Okay.
There. Better?
Well, it would happen now, but this is literally Corso's quest, Crazy Norris. So I kind of literally have to have him in the party. So... Well, you see, Ross, it's because your parents are dead. Sorry. All right, Django. Sure. World War I didn't have anything to do with World War II. You can't just drop a bomb like that and not explain it, Django.
Corso? Is that you? How did you... I didn't think I would ever... Oh, I heard they took in strangers who were new to the planet, and they locked me up, and... Were they gonna eat me?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're gone. They won't be hurting anyone again.
How did you end up here, Jed? I thought Serena got the whole crew.
I had the sec cameras wired to my comm. I saw it all go down. Started running, and I didn't stop until I hit Tatooine. I was trying to start over. After what Serena did, I've been too scared to go in anyone's systems. It was kind of a game for me, working for Vidu. It never really hit home to me that we were committing crimes. That people could die.
Well, your peaceful village plan's a bust. What next?
I don't know. I got nowhere to turn. Corso, is there anything...
Don't worry, Jed. We'll take care of you. Won't we, Captain?
You want to do right by the kid? Who am I to argue?
Go to Anchorhead. Should be some people there who owe me and the captain a good turn. I'll try to set you up with some legit work. I think you've had enough of the wild side.
I'll say. Thank you, Corso. I can't think of anyone from the old crew I'd rather have find me. There's no one more loyal than Corso, Captain. You're lucky to have him.
Sorry. How many negatives were we giving Corso again? 83 or something like that? We're debating... Well, we have currently given Corso 2 negatives. We're leading towards 3. But that's still debated. Alright, so Balmorra. Again. Sorry, 1 second. I mean, me too. Who played Tropal?
Captain, who'd have thought when we met on Coruscant that I'd be calling you today with a formal Republic briefing? Senator Dodonna is eager to see how you handle your first mission. Balmorra was once the Republic's main supplier of everything military. Until the Empire moved in and the Senate voted to turn tail and run, which left the Empire holding everything the Republic had commissioned for Project Nebula.
What's Project Nebula?
It was supposed to be the Republic's answer to Imperial aggression. Top-of-the-line prototype capital ships, ion cannons, cluster missiles, and a few experimental goodies. And now the Empire is sending a complete Nebula munitions shipment to their front lines. The Republic's got no chance.
Sorry, I love the way he said it. Alright, what? By the way, once again, super weapons in Act 2. It's a thing, I'm telling you.
You stop talking. So, here's where you expect me to jump in and do something?
Senator Dodonna wants you to work with the Balmorran Resistance. They can help you track down the Nebula shipment, then find a way to divert it to Palliser Station, a Republic base near Corellia.
It's been a while since I broke a sweat. Might be fun.
Then let me add a little spice. Once you've got the Nebula shipment, can the Republic really make you hand it over? A smart operator might sell the prototypes back to them piece by piece. Not that I'm the one who told you. Now, your contact on the ground is one of the rebels, Newman Brock. Check in with him when you land in Bugtown. Hats off if you can do this thing, Captain.
Well, the first negative for Corso is for the fact that he's just so bleh, right? The same reason everyone in chat doesn't like him. But the second negative is for the fact that it feels like he's literally written wrong. Like he's not supposed to be bleh. And it just comes across as tone deaf is the way I want to phrase it. And we'll also see what his quest chain is like, because obviously he's a primary companion, so he gets an actual quest chain. So far, I haven't been impressed. We had one trip to Coruscant, where he was terrible. And then we had one trip to Tatooine with the cannibals. That was okay. Damn it. I just realized we actually shouldn't do Tatooine right now. God damn it. Alright. Back to... Ugh. Hang on. Yeah, in fiction, prototypes are usually the super amazing stuff, right? Like, oh, I've got this whatcha-sig. It's a prototype. Yeah, I forgot about the Alderaan bonus. Or, whatever. Let's just give 83 negatives and move on. I don't have permission to use the galaxy map. I'm sorry, what? What? That's a new one. Okay. Cool. This ship now belongs to Corso Riggs. Well, damn it. Well, there you go. Corso just took over the smugglers.
You'll be pleased to know I remain the most advanced steward droid in the galaxy.
Hey, okay, where the hell is Alderaan? There it is. That's a good question, Chocolate Fireguard. We're about to find out. Switch back to the mountain playlist. If I had a bug playlist, I'd play that one.
That ought to fix you.
I mean, that is super based on the Outrider, no doubt. Oh yeah, I was wondering if I could get you to link me that, but it's a little bit late now, Malachor. At some point, do me a favor. Link me that. Well, let's just fly around until we find the bonus series. Yeah, probably. Alderaan in general has really bad quest layout and vectoring, so it wouldn't surprise me that instead of the bonus series being in the spaceport, like every other planet's bonus series is, it's just randomly in the frickin' palace. Honestly, the reason I'm slouched like this is actually because my back's giving me some issues today, so I'm currently stretching it out. I know this is usually the position I take when I'm just done with a game, so I apologize for the inconsistent, I don't know, signals. Still nothing. Still no bonus series. I'm level 51. I'm high enough level to get the bonus series. No, it would be Tor if we were up to, I guess Hoth will be next.
I think you're alright.
Even that might not be it. No. If we were on Belsavis, then I would be sloped. I would just be like, ugh. Aw, that's a shame, Malachor. I believe you, though. Okay, so I'm gonna go Google this, because this is not finding it. Stretching takes some of the pressure off of it, which reduces the pain, Warp Core. Like, I'm active. I know this doesn't look like it, but I'm actively stretching right now. My left leg is way over, like, is past my desk right now. Okay. Let's see, where is this? Hey, I just found a forum post. Where is the Alderaan bonus series? Okay, hold up. So it's apparently down here. This looks like it. There you are. Orders were here an hour ago. This is unacceptable. Colonel Malcolm will...
Major. I wanted volunteers, not conscripts. Apologies. Jace Malcolm, strategic advisor to Alderaan for the...
You thought I was scarred, Django.
There's a gap in House Organa's defenses. Their castle, their forces, everything is at risk. We can't hold the line without help. Hear me out.
I have direct orders to assist House Organa wherever I can.
Perfect. It's good to see my old unit here. Hopefully we won't have to charge headfirst into any Imperial armies this time. Served here during the war. We had to stand and fight alone with the whole of the Empire bearing down on us. The imps caught us napping, and the cost of stopping them was... high. We can't let the same thing happen to Organa.
What makes you so sure that House Organa can't win on their own?
40 years of soldiering and more scars than I care to count. If this gap isn't covered, There will be blood. With our recent successes, House Organa sees victory on the horizon, and they're charging straight for it. They're advancing over territory without securing it. The worst is King's Pass, a massive valley they've left practically unguarded. Ulgo's splintering troops, Rist, even the Killiks are ready to push through. We need to keep that push from coming.
Can you spare any troops to help with this?
Command won't authorize any deployment past what's already here. But numbers don't always decide who wins. Let's finish the briefing in my command room. I've got details on enemy strengths, topo scans, and... Hold up.
Colonel, sir! Lieutenant Ross! We're under attack! Killiks! Get someone on that heavy, now! Killiks are all over us, sir! We need backup!
Copy, Ross. Backup is en route. Over and out. Sounds like my people will have to brief you in the field as you go. Help Lieutenant Ross push those Killiks back. She'll get you started on the rest of our opposition in King's Pass. Understood?
If Ross and the others are killed before I get there, we're gonna need a whole new strategy.
Ross has a good head on her shoulders. She'll keep the Killiks back as long as you get there quickly. The future of House Organa, all of Alderaan, is on your shoulders. Move fast.
Later.
Missed me?
There. We've officially switched out Corso.
It's not as bad as it looks.
That's weird, O'Cornell. I wonder if it has to do with the main quest screwing up earlier. And yeah, Kevin's awesome. Always has been. I mean, obvious Jolie Bindo reference is obvious, but no, he's a legit actor.
It's not as bad as it looks.
Well, Risha, I'm already regretting bringing you into my party, so shut up! Where are we going? I was gonna say, he's the, what do you call it? Iconic? They came up with blanks of each class during the cinematics. Malgus was the Sith Warrior, What's-Her-Face was the Bounty Hunter.
Welcome. Please select an available travel
It's not as
route.
bad as it looks.
Risha! Quit it! But Malcolm was Trooper. I suppose is Trooper. Oh, gotcha, Orcana. If you want to finish that up and catch up to us, feel free. We're not going to be going that fast. Oh, Coruscant. Never mind, that's going to take a minute to catch up.
Colonel Malcolm sent us to help. Are you Lieutenant Ross?
That's affirmative. Ignore the getup. Colonel doesn't want us standing out. Hope you've got an appetite for Killiks, because that's what's on the menu. Probably 10 of them for every one of us. People here have plans to push the bugs back, but I need every gun we've got just to keep from being overrun. Think you can make those plans happen?
Sooner we finish here, the sooner I can take you out.
Really? This seems like the right time to fire me a pickup line? You're lucky you're useful, pal.
Ah.
My people will tell you what they have in mind. Good luck.
General Lina Organa at your service. My colleague General Kashim said a field agent was in the area. I'm glad you've stopped by. House Organa would appreciate the services of someone with your combat experience.
It's Duncan.
Everything all right here? Seems like there might be a problem.
Organa's soft after generations of pacifism. And now Thule and Ulgo are too far ahead. Spying didn't work. Thule destroyed every probe sent their way. But our engineers have had a breakthrough. They found a way to convert our old observatory to intercept enemy communications. Unfortunately, Killiks have now overrun the site. Insects or not, we need that conversion equipment deployed. The observatory is our best shot at pulling ahead of the competition.
I don't usually bother with little jobs like yours, but I guess I can make an exception.
Thank you. Fight your way through those Killik hordes and set up this equipment. When you're done, we'll hear everything our enemies say.
You're under Arcano, excuse me. Have fun. So, somebody asked who was here first, the bugs or the humans? Probably the bugs. The Killiks go back to the time of the Celestials. which, if you're not familiar with the timeline, is a really long time ago. So... and he's like a really good shot, Space Cadet. What's my opinion on Killix? We should exterminate all of them across the entire galaxy until not a single one remains. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. We here at the Lore Walkers, totally cool with genocide, as long as it's Sand People or Killix. That's true, this isn't really genocide, it's just pesticide. Oh god, DJT. That's a thought. We've decided to clone the ultimate warrior. A muscular hut slithers out of the cloned vat. Behold! Dunga Stovava Dimpashka. Bila Dombashke Tatoshka. Why would you do that, Crazy Horse? I know you're evil and also crazy or insane as an Inquisitor. So, never mind, I'm going to withdraw the question. I don't think so off the top of my head, Tamashi. Even in games where you have, like, a group of people, like an RTS or whatever, usually you don't control huts. I think. So now I'm hedging, because I'm not sure. I can't recall a situation, let me put it that way. Yes, I know, Sarura, that was the point. You know, an actually muscular hut is probably going to be a death machine. As we were talking about the other day, huts have ridiculously high stats. Like, in-universe. Did I do a Shadowlands story review? I haven't reviewed anything on WoW, so no, would be the answer to your question, Mr. Pickerton. I hope to review WoW someday, but we're not there yet. We're reviewing Tor right now. This was a great idea on a planet known for bugging out when I do that. Lightside Inquisitor is crazy. They get away with a lot of what they do because they have the raw power and drive to make it happen. Darkside Inquisitor is absolutely bonkers insane. That's part of the charm. So, I'm guessing you haven't heard me talk about hut spammer, so I'll repeat myself in brief. Huts have a whole culture. So huts are very strong, very durable, and live for centuries. They are resistant to most poisons and toxic environments, have a really strong immune system, and like I said, are very, very high tier. They also fight amongst each other constantly. Now, they also have a big cultural thing. Once you've made it as a Hutt, you know, once you're powerful or wealthy or successful or whatever, you have earned the right to bulk up. So they start mass eating in order to try and add a whole layers of flab to their otherwise incredibly muscular bodies. So, Jabba, for example, was one of the most powerful Hutts, if not the most powerful Hutt, in the history of Star Wars. No, really. So, he naturally was able to go blum, 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 and bulked up to the thing that you see in the movies. Yeah, Hutts are, I mean, okay, obviously they're superhumanly strong, but, like, Hutts can be ridiculously strong. And yes, Hutts can swallow people whole. Jabba himself has done that at least once in the comics, specifically. It's really gross. I don't recommend reading it. It's pretty gross.
I deployed the conversion equipment. The observatory's all yours.
I can't thank you enough. You've given House Organa the chance to gain a footing in this war.
What happens next?
We fight back. You've given us the means to do so. House Organa won't be the easy target we once were.
They also are resistant to the Force, and can be Force sensitive, as was mentioned earlier.
Hey, I'm hearing good news for a change. Thanks to you, the Killiks are finally backing down. Not everything is smiles and sunshine, though. An Olgo raiding party just hit one of our outposts further up the valley. Hard. The Olgos must figure they've got a shot at charging through us and hitting Castle Organa now that the Killiks are in shambles. I'm surprised anyone would expect a plan like that to work. If you hadn't shown up, we'd be no match for them. You're our only shot at stopping these scumbags. Our contact in the camp that got hit, Jaren Organa, says the raiders have taken cover in a cave not far from their position. Head up there and show Olgo's raiders what we're made of. And see if you can grab any of their med packs. Jaren's people could sure use them.
Once the Olgo troops are dealt with, I'll take any med packs I find to Jaren Organa's camp.
You're a pro. Take care out there.
Yeah, the Hutts are yet another one of those. We talked about this the other day. Hutts are yet another example of a race that, if they were unified, they'd probably stomp everyone else. Even without them being unified, they have remained a galactic power, that is to say an interstellar power, for centuries. Yeah, they're the Krogan, / the Orcs, / the freaking Darkspawn. I mean, most settings have at least one example of a race that's overpowered, and the way that they nerf that race is they make them fight each other, or they can't unify, or they're incapable of unifying, or whatever, right? This doesn't look... I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go this way. Well, now you gotta die. Them's the rules. I don't make... Actually, I totally do make the rules. But, point is, you now are dead. No, I don't think Klingons really qualify for that. How many Hutts are there? Oh, quite a few. We usually only interact with the Hutts who are already in charge of something, aka fat Hutts. There are plenty of Hutts other than those. But yeah, the Hutts tend to be the Mongol situation. If one particularly strong leader comes along and unifies them, they tend to get some stuff done. Then that strong leader goes away, and they break apart almost immediately. No, but that'd be funny if it was true, Warpcore. Yeah, actually, yeah. Alexander the Great's a good example of that. The city-states. I mean, that could be argued, Sarura, and I wouldn't even disagree with you, but I still think Alexander the Great kind of gets credit for a lot of that, you know? He managed to keep things reasonably well together for a fairly long chunk of time. By the way, these med packs are not sharing, so that's cool. Thanks, Tor. Yeah, I guess I just never picked up the Happy HUD on my Smuggler. Which I should probably do. It's actually funny, there's plenty of places historically which, you know, when they experience constant war, it tends to be a bad thing. Shocking, I know. Who's stronger, a Hutt in its prime or a Wookiee in its prime? Hutt, no question. A Hutt in its prime is a goddamn death machine. Well, here's my initial answer to you, Spokov. If that doesn't answer you, I've got another answer for you. I know it's weird, Yada. I don't know what they were thinking. Shots of this over here. Yep. They have already respawned behind us. God, I hate the respawn rate in this game so much. Is everyone done? I mean, I'm pretty sure a strong Wookiee would be able to, you know, put up a frickin' fight. Yeah. Speaking of the Star Wars rewrite, one of the things we need to decide is how overpowered, underpowered, or in between the Force actually is. Because Star Wars itself constantly changes its mind on that point. Let's get out of here. Run! 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 Fly, you fools. Actually, the Hutt home planet is pretty messed up. Especially since it's not actually their home planet. Right? I'm remembering that correctly, right? Like, they moved to Hutta? Mal Hutta? Bought the place, took it over, and said, this is our planet now. They were really hungry, Warp Core. But then they realized they couldn't interact with, you know, interplanetary politics without a planet, so they were like, nah, we got this. We got this. Yeah, exactly, Space Cadet. In some things, the Force is, like, ridiculously powerful. And in some things, the Force is just barely stronger than a typical human. I'm fine with either approach, actually. I think both can be done to good effect. But we are going to have to decide. Basically, to summarize, what we're going to have to decide is what the ceiling of the Force is. Just to put it simply. Come on. Leash. There you go. That's a good question, the Crow. Again, the very, very first thing we need to debate in the Star Wars rewrite is the Force. It is literally option and item 1 on the list. I'm gonna be right back while I wait for them. I'm gonna not mute the mic because I literally physically can't mute the mic while I'm in game.
Our Avengers arrive, and no worse for wear. Welcome. I am Geronolus Organa, 7th cousin of our honored Duke. It's an honor to meet you, and the medical supplies you bring are much appreciated.
I was under the impression that House Organa's nobles didn't think this area was important.
Most don't. But I haven't forgotten how Colonel Malcolm defended our world from the Empire. I will stand by him no matter what. Many of the others in the camp would be honored to show their regards. Very fine people, very up on current events. SIS. Yes, we must double our efforts to rebuild our defenses and ensure that no threats to House Organa go unchecked. I won't delay you further.
Be sure you take a moment to have those wounds looked at.
My injuries are trivial next to the others. I'll be fine, thank you. Good luck to you.
Literally can't even stand up straight because how much pain you're in. Maybe you should get your injuries looked into. Just a thought. Apparently I'm alone on this one.
Big team increases the risk of security leaks. Still can't be too picky. Agent Chirac, SIS. No, act normal. I'm after House Thule, those Imperial toadies. They have a new weapon I'd like to see gone.
Sure thing, Blum.
Thule ordered their vassal House Bayless to develop a special nerve gas. Can knock out a whole palace of people in minutes. Silently.
You got a brilliant plan, right?
Thule's field testing the nerve gas today, and House Bayless is doing military exercises. This is a chance to turn them against each other. If someone, say you, got hold of Thule's gas grenades and used them against Bayless soldiers, both houses will start hurling accusations, allowing us to hit their gas stockpiles.
I'll do my part.
Find the Thule soldiers using the gas grenades. Take the grenades and stage an attack on Bayless forces. Look, they're stationed here and here. When you're done, report into my partner at the Republic Outpost. Discreetly. We need to move against those gas stockpiles fast.
Farrell Canner, holo editor for the Nova. Good to meet you. You've made a name for yourself around here. We've got an ugly security situation. Some of our senior staff investigated a structure.
Let me, Fi. Ulgo's hiding something, and whatever it is, they think it's worth killing reporters.
That is serious. You're sure it was Ulgo?
I got a good look. Even after it was clear we were press, they shot to kill.
We don't know that the orders came from the top, but we do know our evidence leads us to that outlying building on Crystal Ridge. We think Boris Ulgo, besides being a tyrant and a usurper, has ordered war crimes perpetrated on prisoners in that building.
You need an escort? Done.
Outstanding. Now we just need a volunteer to go back to the area. But before you speak, I should disclose we still don't have the body armor we ordered.
I'll do it. It's better to risk losing me than anyone important to the team.
Where do we go?
The house is on a ridge not far from Ulgo headquarters. Get holo evidence of what went on there, and get out before the main army's alerted. Then, drop him off at a safe rendezvous point where we can pick him up. He knows the place.
1 second, I need to test something. Has anyone been seeing some strange chop? Not right now, but prior to now. Like, say, all of today. Because there's no chop there now. I'm gonna have to check the VOD. In fact, I can do that really quick. Let's pull up the VOD. Strange. Maybe it was just a misclick. So I was capturing the game twice, and it was causing some chop. And now I'm not capturing the game twice, and now it's not. So I'm not sure when, like, I'm guessing what happened is I accidentally alt-tabbed and hit space, which would have done that under the right circumstances. So that's probably what happened. But now that that appears to be fixed, let's get on with it. Ow! I don't mind them using the Organas here. I also don't really care one way or the other, and we're already having another cutscene. Jesus, this game. To be continued, Crazy Norse. I don't have a big issue with it. That's the summary.
Perfect timing. I was beginning to lose hope. Republic SIS, working undercover for Olgo. Name's Cayman Proy.
Ansem.
I'm risking my life to contact you, so listen closely. Don't attract any attention.
Why are you breaking your cover?
There's an emergency. I can't wait around for a strike team to arrive. Ulgo's completed the development of a new precision weapon, the U-20 King Strike. With these cannons, his dreadnoughts can hit a target from space with perfect accuracy. I've seen the test results.
Can't they do that anyways?
King Strike's being dismantled now for transport off Alderaan. It must not reach Ulgo's fleet.
Why aren't you handling it yourself?
I'm still undercover. Besides, frontal assaults aren't my forte. If we're careful, you could destroy the weapon and walk away with enough information for the Republic to duplicate the tech. To do this, you must storm Olgo's base, find the King Strike pieces, and strip them of their components.
The weapon's mechanisms will be in your hands shortly.
Excellent. The sooner we rebuild the King Strike, the sooner the war for Alderaan turns in our favor.
You know, that's actually valid, Malachar. So somebody, looks like Don Crow, asked, what's a thing that got adapted to film that positively surprised you? So my first and immediate thought is something relatively simple, Jurassic Park. A book I don't particularly enjoy all that much. My second thought is Lord of the Rings.
I'd say it's
A book series I've never liked, even up to and including this very day.
It's all one grave.
Those movies are some of my favorite movies of all time, I should probably mention. But I think the real answer is Iron Man. It's a bit of a typical answer, but let's be very, very clear. Even speaking as someone who has been a comic book fan since the 80s, late 80s, but still, Iron Man was a joke with maybe 2 decent story arcs under his belt. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it that way. In my opinion, Iron Man was total garbage, with maybe 2 decent story arcs under his belt. And honestly, both of those had really serious flaws with them. Iron Man was a C or a D-list character for a reason. Devil in the Bottle is one of them. That is actually an interesting, horrifying, but good story arc, and I'll give it to you on that one. For those of you not aware, there's actually a lot of people, I don't know if this is even still true, but back in the day, a lot of people were whinging about the fact that Iron Man wasn't a, slavering drunk because of the Devil in a Bottle story arc. Now, I get that, but, if I can be blunt, the reason that everyone wanted him to be the slavering drunk was because that was such a good story arc. It's also kind of became the only one people really knew him for. You know what I mean? So the one thing that he was famous for was being a recovering alcoholic. So they adapt him into film. He's not a recovering alcoholic, and people are like, "Rah!" Come on. Come on. Oh my god. I could interact with it for a second. There we go.
Let's get some hollow images of these orders.
No, it is 100. I actually talked about this, I think, in my MCU Rumination series back when we did Phase 1. The reason they got Iron Man and the Hulk, if you'll remember, was because of the fact that all the big properties, which were X-Men, Fox, and Spider-Man, Sony, were already taken. And yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Robert Downey Jr., who is a good actor in general, was an inspired choice for Iron Man. Who the hell's Moon Knight? Although, let's be honest with ourselves, while Iron Man proved the viability of taking C-list characters and doing something with them, what really made that go is Guardians of the Galaxy. Be honest, how many of you had ever even heard of the Guardians of the Galaxy? Not even the specific team that they show in the movies. Just the entire crew, the entire book series. Yeah. No, the MCU can take anyone they want to now and turn them into whatever. And again, Moon Knight. Enough said. I mean, that's a really common thing, Venters. A lot of times, a particular work will tend to gravitate towards the, let's call it the most popular portrayal of that work. To continue the parallel, how many Lord of the Rings things tend to ape the movies in terms of visual aesthetic nowadays, as a result of the movies? Like, there were a lot of different interpretations of what things looked like in Tolkien's verse. And nowadays, most of them just kind of look like the movies. That's not a dig, by the way. That's normal. I am aware of One Punch Man. Yes, Evil Clone. Who are you an Evil Clone of? Wait a minute, you're Gates McFadden's evil clone? I knew it! I would agree with that asterisk, Mike. I almost feel silly. Obviously, I don't mean 100% of everything. But to use a specific example, look at most of the old artwork or old portrayals of Gollum versus how they do it nowadays. Why was the One Ring made? Hang on, let me find it. Let's see here. So it's, there's some writing on it. It's some form of Elvish. It says, hang on. Find them. Sorry. Did I get that? Did it count? I'm going to assume it counted. Oh, sorry, Arcano. Didn't even notice. Thank you, whoever got him. That'd actually be funny. You're playing a game of, Counter-Strike, and you're killed by your evil clone. It would have to be your evil clone, not just evil clone. But that would be funny, right? You have been killed by your evil clone. Damn it! I mean, that wouldn't even surprise me at this point, Sarura. You know the real shame of it? Steve Blum voices a lot of characters in this game. That's not the shame of it. Steve Blum is not only an excellent actor, but he's got really good range on his voice. The shame of it is that this game isn't using his range. I've seen that man voice roles that you probably wouldn't even recognize as him. And yet everybody always wants him to do... I can't even do it right now because my throat's too dry. But everyone always wants him to do the big gravelly thing, right? He's good at the gravelly thing, but come on. The guy's a good actor. Let him act. Anyway, sorry. Off topic. Yeah, everyone wants him to do Grunt. Or Spike Spiegel. Or whatever take on that you want to go with it. Yeah, speaking of flashpoints, at some point we're going to have to do those too. I've been thinking we should probably prioritize doing those on my consular. We'll get there. Why, Don Crow? Yeah, Yuri Lowenthal almost always sounds like Yuri Lowenthal. Like, there's several actors you can just immediately identify. We're having to kill a lot of people for this place. As usual, the bonus series sucks. By the way, fun little fact. 100% of the bonus series that we've covered so far have been a negative. Including this one. The bonus series do suck. That's the problem. They're basically just there to be extra padding with tons and tons of enemies and boring X of Y objectives and barely any story progression. I mean, have you paid attention to how many hundreds of people we've been killing in this room, effectively? I know it's not this one map. It's one big corridor, 3 little corridors, and that's it. And we have been killing and killing and killing and killing through this damn place. I know, Psychotic. I remember. I remember when he had to do everything to be able to keep up with the X-curve because they didn't know how to design a frickin' X-curve. And I hate how spread out they are, too. Even this giant AoE, and then you have enemies like 50 feet from each other. And never mind how sloggy this would be without a kill squad. Which, thank you again, everyone, for joining me for this. You know what? Actually, if I was to say something unpopular, the bonus series are just regular Tor exemplified, right? What I mean by that is the bonus series are exactly what the rest of Tor's problems are. It's just much more concentrated and much more intense. I don't know what the word I'm looking for here is. Yeah, the bad of Tor without the good of Tor. That's a good way to put that. Like, Tor has things that make up for this crap. Listen, we've got to kill thousands of people in Earth. It's the only way. Because they were Killiks, you see, so they kind of deserve to die. Is that everything? It's everything for this place. What am I missing? This thing. Oh, it... Right, because respawning. There we go. Let's get out of here. Are they as bad as FF14 side quests? Honestly, I would say they are about as bad, yes. They're actually bad in different directions. That's the reason why I hesitated there for a second. But they are bad, definitely. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to run through here and try not to die as I aggro everything in the entire known universe. Don't mind me. Yep, don't mind me. Almost there. Almost there. And we're dead. Oh, thank God. Whew, we died. Okay, that didn't work at all. But it worked perfectly. Behold my glory. God damn this stupid. Ah! I don't know, Doncro. I've never tried. I don't have to imagine that, Lunaru. I did that. At least twice. And the only reason I say at least twice is I forget how many times my friend and I did the bonus series. I'm pretty sure it was more than 2 times, one on each side. Oh. And then I quit the game. For years. Hell, I've actually never played the expansions of this game, in part because of being completely burned out. The second time I played this game, which is the time I'm referencing. Well, what we could do, Damashi, is we could have General and then Mercenary. Oh, Lord. Me too, Psychotic. I like the idea of General. That's a good one. Especially since so many Star Wars characters tend to lead from the front. Me too, Blade Duval. It's okay. Once we finish all the quest stuff here on Smuggler, we will only have to do all the bonus series one more time. Oh God, kill me. Oh God, kill me. I do, Psychotic. I remember when every companion was not created equal, so they had different stats, different scalings, different abilities, and they were good at different things. Which meant that some companions were demonstrably better than others. Oh.
Torture implements, alright. There's stains.
Sure, Psychotic, isn't he? A clone Rancor army. I love it. I love it. Sure, I've never reviewed the Star Wars movies, but just out of vague perception, I would probably put these people who are about to die on my face as number 1. So hang on. So Empire Strikes Back is on top, obviously. Below that, would be a 3-way tie for different reasons between Return of the Jedi, Revenge of the Sith, and Rogue One. After that would be A New Hope. Then probably Solo. Then I would probably go with the most controversial thing I could possibly pick, which is Episode 9. Then 7, then 8, then 1, and I'd probably put 2 at the very bottom. Now, again, I haven't actually reviewed the movie, so that's vague off the top of my head. But that's vague off the top of my head. There you go. What are we doing over here? Looting grenades. Take me to your grenades. That's interesting, Psychotic. I thought they actually flattened everything, including abilities. Well, see, the thing about Attack of the Clones, and the reason why I've put Phantom Menace at the bottom for years until actually pretty recently, is because Phantom Menace is just, its script is so bad from top to bottom in every way, shape, and form that I focused on it to the extent of everything else. Like, everything about the story of Phantom Menace is vestigial at best. But then Episode 2 actually has a worse script. So you're probably thinking, well, why didn't you used to think that as your worst? Well, because Episode 2 does something that Episode 1 doesn't do. It has good visual design. Whoever the actual graphics artists, art directors, set directors, cosmetic directors, the people who designed the visuals of Episode 2 salvaged that film in many ways for me. But the problem is Episode 2 has arguably a worse script, even than Episode 1. And Episode 1 script is gutter trash. That being said, I will admit it's kind of an Oh, you son of a Submariner. It is kind of an inches amongst miles thing as to whether I consider Episode 1 or Episode 2 worse, because they're both terrible. So, honestly, we could just flip a coin on that one. It might be more interesting to try and list the positives of each film. So, positives in Episode 1. I know you're all going to hate me for this, but I'm just going to say it. The frickin' fight between Maul, Obi-Wan, and Qui-Gon. It's not the best fight ever. I've seen better. But that is a damn good fight. I guess it's just me.
Welcome back. Ulgo's name is becoming sludge as we speak.
We're getting calls from all over Republic space. Usually when this happens, Organa recruitment goes up. Donations, too. Not bad for one well-placed junior reporter and his security team.
It's important to get the truth out.
Not just important, essential, if there's ever going to be any justice on this planet. You did well out there. You gave us one of the biggest gifts a newsman can receive. You got our junior reporter back from a war zone alive. Thank you.
You'll notice I put it much lower than I used to, Sarura, and that's all I'm going to say about that. Ding. I mean, John Williams has never disappointed me, so that's whatever. Okay, so... the Darth Maul... yeah, there's actually several good Darth Maul fights in the history of Star Wars. There's his final fight, there's the fight in Episode 1, there's his fight against Palpatine. Anyways. So, the Darth Maul fight in Episode 1 is legit. Now... I'm probably going to get flack for this, but I unironically like the race. Now, I think the race does have some pretty serious problems. It also falls into the same trap that 99% of film races fall into. But I still think it's a good race, and I still think they do some good stuff with it. Let's see, other good things. Other good things about Episode 1. Why is there a cooldown on a quest item? The race goes on too long, but that's not the big thing. No. See, the overwhelming majority of fiction has this big problem where they don't understand that races don't work that way. They want to have, oh my god, they've fallen behind, but then they find their gumption or they repair their racer or whatever, and then they catch back up. And they're going full tilt, and that's not how racing works. Speaking as someone who is actually quite a bit of a race enthusiast, that's not how racing works. Oh my god, this is like a 10-second cooldown on this item. This is ridiculous. Wow. I think I'm starting to agree with Lunaruth. I think these are worse than FF14s. Sorry, so the JMS story about Secret Babylon 5 project. I'm trying to keep my enthusiasm down, Lunaruth, because we don't really know, right? We'll see. But anyways. It's more interesting story-wise. I don't actually agree with that. I think a properly designed race can be absolutely fascinating if it's properly designed, although I suppose I could say that about literally anything, so that's whatever. But anyways, I'm getting off topic, so. Just gonna stare at these guys that I can't get quest credit on yet because of a frickin' cooldown! Ugh! Yeah, there's serious rubber banding in movie races. It's ridiculous. Like Death Race 2000. I actually like that film, and I probably shouldn't. Because that's not actually that good of a film, but, you know, whatever. Okay, so, other things that are good about Episode 1. Help me out here. Someone mentioned Boss Nass. I'm in agreement. So we got Boss Nass, the Boon to Eve, which has some asterisks attached, but is still a good thing, you know. And the Darth Maul fight.
Here, I got the King Strike pieces.
I'll see that the Republic receives these immediately. Ulgo almost achieved a major victory today. Thanks to you, his loss is our gain.
Got it. Better get moving.
This operation must remain confidential, but your services won't be forgotten. Good work.
You know what? That's true, Sarura. You're absolutely right. Roger Corman. Jeez Louise, there's a career. I'm gonna turn in first. Visual design on Coruscant. You know, believe it or not, I'm not sure I agree. If I mentally compare Coruscant between episodes 1, 2, and 3, episode 1 was pretty weak, and probably because, you know, the technology was extremely new, and they didn't quite know what they were doing. By contrast, Coruscant looks absolutely gorgeous in episode 2 and 3. So, I'm not sure I actually agree with you on that.
Your accomplishments continue to astound. It seems there's nothing you can't do. The enemies of House Organa are beginning to fear that we aren't the easy pickings they'd presumed. Now, we need to drive that idea home.
How do we make sure your enemies back off for good?
A Republic soldier, Captain Vicar, is stationed in the House Traders Circle, an old marketplace within King's Pass. Vicar reports our enemies are engaged in secretive dealings in the area. If you can interrupt their most hidden activities, House Organa will seem unbeatable.
Let Captain Vicar know that help is on the way.
Best of luck.
Yeah, that's what caught me, Caspian. I was just like, whoa there. Walker. Wait, he's alive? I'm not upset about that. I'm just surprised by that. I agree Qui-Gon is probably a net positive, even though a lot of his dialogue is actively terrible. But then again, everyone's dialogue is terrible in episode 1, so that's whatever. But I do like Qui-Gon, especially as a concept, as a character. I would also agree with Shmi and Watto, which someone mentioned earlier. I wish we actually saw more of General Tarkin, Tarpin, excuse me, Tarpin. General Tarkin. You know, the mass genocidal Gungan. Liam Neeson was actually an inspired choice for Qui-Gon. Once I take over the world and invent a holodeck, one of the things I'm going to do is set up like a likeness of Liam Neeson at the time, and I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? I am going the wrong way. I need to go this way. And have him redo episode 1 with a real script. The music, I will provisionally agree with that. I do think that the music is good, but badly directed. Which is a problem we've talked about in many games as well. Where the music is good, but the way it's handled is just... ugh. I think there's a lot of scenes where they just have no idea what they're doing with the score. And they just throw the music on there as if it's trying to, you know, completely paint over, like whitewash the scene to try and make it a little bit better, and it's just, no. Not counting, you know, some of the more standout examples, because there is some good stuff there. When I first discovered that parallel just now, I was just like, wow, that's amusing. Because it's true, right? And yeah, Duel of the Fates is Duel of the Fates. It's iconic for a reason. What are you going to say about it? I do like the visual design of Naboo, but then again, I tend to enjoy the Mediterranean aesthetic, so that's whatever. So we've come up a decent pile of positives. Let's switch over to episode 2. Now, to continue in the exact thread we were just talking about, Naboo, I think the visual design of episode 2 is legitimately fantastic. First of all, Coruscant. For the first time, arguably in the history of Star Wars, Coruscant looks like what I would call Coruscant. It is gorgeous and well fleshed out and well designed. We see multiple layers of it. We see the upper echelons. We see the lower pits. And by that I mean the surface pits. But you can make one. Tons of brilliant visuals there. Ironically, I could say the same thing about most of the locations they meet. So let's just say visual storytelling in general and just kind of shoot that out there.
Pisca cool.
I take it you're my folks. You're the folks my friend Shirek suggested watching out for. I'm hearing about angry words being exchanged between House Thule and House Ballas. So sad when friends fall out, isn't it? With that in mind, here. Now, need to get the little surprise plan for House Thule, if you'll excuse me. Yeah, Camino. Love Camino. Absolutely adore what they did with that. Brilliant place.
Ah, you must be the ones the Republic sent. About time you got here. I'm glad they sent more than one person. Obviously, they're starting to appreciate how important I am. I'm surprised no one responded to my request in person, though. It's almost like the Republic commanders are ignoring me.
I believe you have mistaken me for someone else.
Well, that's just great. Once again, the Republic is too busy to listen to lowly Lieutenant Weesnod of House Organa. But if I get that holocron back, you'll be looking at Captain Weesnod. Then people will give me the respect I deserve.
Now I'm all ears. Keep talking.
Oh, sure, I get it. I mentioned a holocron and suddenly you're interested. Fine, we can play it that way. Agents from House Thule recently recovered an ancient Jedi holocron. They've arranged a meeting with some Sith to hand the holocron over.
What makes this holocron so special?
It contains historical records of atrocities House Thule committed. If that info becomes public, it will weaken their support with the other houses. Here's the location for the meeting. Once you get the holocron, take it to Master Dulso of the Jedi. I'll let him know you're coming.
Sure. I do think that... I don't really have proof of this. But I have thought for years that with a good script and a good director, we could have actually seen a good portrayal as Anakin Skywalker by Hayden Christensen. I don't really have proof of that, but I've had that theory for a long time. Especially since I've started seeing him in other works. Including Star Wars recently.
There you are. Let's talk fast. Time's short and there are eyes everywhere. A lot of talk about your work. Opposition is thinking of pulling their troops out of King's Pass, thinking maybe we're too well dug in to beat. Got people with intel on enemy ops. You get with them and shut those ops down. The enemy will think we're far bigger than we are. back off for good.
You're about to see a real live hero in action.
Watch your back.
And yeah, he was in Jumper, and I did like him in Jumper. I mean, honestly, there's several actors who have really good acting talent, or at the very least are good actors, which is not great, but, that didn't exactly put in good performances in episode 2. There's this traitor named Elric Organa. Every order we send to House Organa, Elric sends on to House Thule. We've lost several fortifications and a lot of men.
It's been a while since I broke a sweat. Might be fun.
It's like using a sandbag to stop a flood. Stop a flood. We gotta plug the leak. He seems to disappear whenever he enters camp. The other nobles say he's acting strange and jumpy. I come near him again, he might get scared and head straight for House Thule, and we'll never get him back.
Elric wouldn't get the chance with me.
Once he sees you, I don't think he'll want to try. You're the best from here to Coruscant, but Elric doesn't know you. He won't suspect a thing. Find him. Confront him. If he's smart, he'll turn himself in there then and there.
I'll see what he has to say.
Move fast. He's so jittery you might bolt before you get there. Hang on. So, I'm not done with episode 2 just yet. I do think that the only reason Count Dooku is a character is because of Christopher Lee.
Elric Organa? We know you're working with House Thule.
What? You know, do you? You're crazy. Get out of here. Get out of here, or I'm gonna talk to the Duke and have you arrested for slander.
If you want to live, do exactly what I say.
Fine. We play it your way, but I didn't want this. Guards!
You mean guard? Literally. Oh, no, there's one other behind him. 2 more! Holy crap! Well, he's dead. Yeah. The problem is Dooku... We'll move on from that for right now. I'm also going to give... This is another visual storytelling thing, but I'm going to give a positive to most of the battle scenes on Geonosis after the clones show up.
Elric Organa is dead. He tried to fight his way out.
With little help from Thule's soldiers, as if we need any more evidence he was a traitor. Would have been nice to question him, but this is no less than he deserves. Thanks. I mean, I know that scene is there to sell toys, but god dang, if you're gonna sell toys, that's a good way to do it. It's to make them look freaking awesome.
You've done it. The bad guys are tripping over each other to get out of King's Pass ASAP. Nobody's gonna make a play here for a long time. You should get back to the spaceport and give Major Brahm the good news.
Something that I don't know if it deserves credit for it, but something that could be mentioned, is that there's this really subtle bit of storytelling, which probably was accidental in Episode 2 and Episode 3, where the clones aren't treated like they're people. They're treated like they're droids. You know what I'm talking about? Because they do it quietly and constantly. Clones are pretty much expected to walk up, do things, and die, and no one cares at all. No one even notices. Now, the movies don't do much with that. It is other Star Wars works that took that concept and ran with it. Still, that was interesting. And yeah, they're always perfectly information. They're always crisp and professional, and just the way they act. And I have to give credit for, I don't know, just the whole, everything to do with the clones, essentially. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to think of something that isn't a visual storytelling positive to episode 2. Let me think about this for a second. I can run through the movie in my head for a moment. Because, like, most of them are world-building positives. Because there's a lot of good world-building on display. I'm one of those weirdos who really likes it when they go to some seedy bar in Coruscant, you know?
Master Dulso, here's the holocron from House Thul's agents.
You've done well. I will meditate on the holocron and decide how best to use it. Go in peace. May the Force be with you. The dinner scene is in 2, if you're talking about the one between Padme and Anakin. And unfortunately, of the many things I could say positively about Episode 2, none of them have to do with Anakin or Padme's relationship. Good God. Where am I going? Where am I going? Oh, the diner. That is also Episode 2. Sorry. I'm one of those extremely rare people that I know of who actually like the diner scene.
Open for business.
Okay, it looks like that's all the way back here. Like, okay, the dialogue was bad, and there's several issues with it, but I love the idea of that random 50s diner in the middle of Coruscant, because that makes sense to me. For the same reason it makes sense that you could run into a 50s diner now, in real life. You're gonna have those kind of, what's that called? Not gimmick. It's like a theme. That's it. It's a themed restaurant, right? So it makes perfect sense that there would be, to me, that there would be a themed restaurant. Right? Like, people, the reason I bring up the diners, people were whining to high heaven when Episode 2 came out about the diner. You know, that doesn't belong in Star Wars, that's not Star Wars, etc. was the usual gist there. You did it. I can't believe you did it. That's right, I gave a negative to Alderaan. Position is redirecting everything you have. King's Pass is secure.
I see our heroes are back from the field.
Hey, Malcolm.
We've got a lot to thank you for.
You think Organa will finally listen to your warnings?
We already have. Organa's troops are moving much more cautiously now. And they're assigning more troops to King's Pass as we speak. Kept my people alive out there. That's not something I'll forget. But you've done a lot more. House Organa has a real shot at winning this war now. Alderaan's been through so much. They deserve some peaceful times.
Wait, could you flirt with Malcolm, Vigilant?
Heroes who save entire planets.
Hang on.
Gotta get some
Hang on.
statues in there.
I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it. And I'll just sit here. The Star Wars alien race, the Star Wars alien languages are not real languages now. They're completely nonsense. They're Simlish.
Why don't you take me with dinner sometime?
If I were 15 years younger and there wasn't a war on, you'd have a deal. You kept my people alive out there. That's not something I'll forget. But you've done a lot more. House Organa has a real shot at winning this war now. Alderaan's been through so much. They deserve some peaceful times.
Heroes who save entire planets ought to get some pretty big statues in their honor, don't you think?
I think we'd better save the victory monuments for after the victory.
And that should be it, I do believe. So that's it for Alderaan. So, I will say that bonus series was probably better story-wise. But I would like to argue a second negative to it for sheer padding. Just sheer goddamned padding. Honestly, it would be really easy for me to argue a negative for that one freaking mini dungeon we were going through for like 30 minutes. In fact, I don't even know why I'm arguing this. Yeah, I know I haven't codified the Corso negatives yet. I'm still kind of debating, honestly. Other than negative number 1, obviously. Whoops. Oh, God. That's actually a good question, Dr. Winter. So, under normal circumstances, something like the bonus series should be primary optional, but it's not. I would say the bonus series are literally straight up secondary. I'm trying to think of any exceptions to that off the top of my head. I feel like there's a few on the Sith side. Most of the story arcs in these are just kind of over there, doing their own thing, you know? Like, let's look at the Alderaan primary quest chain. We go here, and we have to defeat this guy who is, you know, claiming the throne. Yep. Cool. Then, we have the optional where we have to go beat a bunch of people who are trying to prevent Organa from winning the war. That's kind of it. There's not much meat there, you know? Well, that's an interesting question, Dr. Winter, because it posits two provisos. Number one, you argue that people have to have suffering in order for good things to exist, which is an argument I vehemently and repeatedly disagree with. But second, and more importantly, you argue that there is no adversity, nothing bad, in order to be pushed against, to which I just look at you with an upraised eyebrow. I assume you've never heard of the Swarm War, among other things. You also think that I'm extremely stupid, and ugly, and fat, and that is not true. I am not fat. In fact, I hate my body and everything about it, but that right there is actually my body type. I'm not as big, because I'm not as muscular, because everything in Tor is exaggerated, but that's actually my real-life body type. I am big. I hate it. Balmorra. What's a Scold War? Alright, hang on. So I actually have a Balmorra playlist here. Or, well, song. I've also got a playlist, but that's unrelated.
You're gonna live.
You know, some of these space stations exist for a purpose. Why is this space station here? Like, why does this exist?
Between all of you, there's enough power to bring down the Imperial Army. You have to help us. We're trying to break an Imperial occupation on Balmorra. But the Republic's got no ground, no resources, and right now, no chance.
What does the Empire want with Balmorra?
Balmorran factories produce the most powerful weapons in the galaxy. Possess them, Win any war you want. The Republic must retake Balmorra, but we need reinforcements.
Is Balmorra a complete war zone?
We've managed to make a beachhead in a place called Bugtown that the Empire overlooked. Commander Maydeen requested all reinforcements see him at Republic headquarters. Can he expect you?
Long odds and small chances are what I do best.
It's not a lost cause yet, but I'm glad I caught a specialist. I'll inform the commander. You'd better get on board. Good luck.
What do you mean, Giga? And yeah, I know. I'm not going to ding it again. I've literally already given this game a negative for these space station things. Got it. There's something I don't know about that Giga knows about. That Giga must be destroyed for telling me about. Hang on, let's read really quick here. I feel I owe you an apology. My men have reclaimed the Ulgo pain factory facility, reported back on their findings. What horrors you must have witnessed. I am shocked at how far our brothers in House Ulgo have fallen, although I have no right to be, given the brutality of my own house. I'm reassigning Science Commander Keikano Herat. Her insistence we preserve as much as we could from the facility shows she is not fit for her post. Please know she does not represent... I wanted to preserve that place! Ah, whatever. You already have the gratitude of my house for your assistance against House Ulgo. But I must thank you again for rescuing my daughter from those wrist thugs. I don't know what would have done if anything happened to her. Andra's heart was in the right place, I suppose, but war is no place for a young lady. I've sent my daughter back to the Apalis coast, where the fighting is most subdued. She sends me scathing comm messages, but I know she'll forgive me someday. After all, my family's given to this war. I think I've earned the right to be a little selfish. Commander asked me to pass along a little something extra for helping us take Boris Ulgo into custody. We used to study some of his victories during training. Can't believe he ended up in a jail cell. The Pantiers aren't happy, of course, but personally I don't care what those traitors think. Alderaan needs a ruler who's loyal to the Republic. Yeah! We need our person in charge, not a competent person in charge. After cross-checking numerous accounts of your recent exploits with a detailed report provided by Risha Drayan, Galactic Finders Guild is pleased to formally record your name as the locator of Noctrayan's lost fortune, aka Missing Wealth Collection number 3,263,827. On a personal note, I'd like to offer my sincerest thanks for getting rid of the galaxy of Skavik. The man was a walking pustule of filth who repeatedly robbed the guild offices. He will not be missed. Congratulations and good wishes on your future endeavors. Just saw where the Galactic Finders Guild gave you credit for tracking down Noctrayan's lost fortune. You're not even a professional treasure hunter. I've put years into searching for that payday, and I'll be rolling in Bantha Poodoo before I believe some no-talent freighter jockey beat me to the prize. I don't know who you paid off at the GFG to discourage the rest of us from keeping up the search, but you haven't fooled me. I won't stop looking until I find the real fortune. Drop dead.
Yunaliska chananga wachi tospa. Inikondinga.
Sergeant Manus, I've been put in charge of defending HQ from the Colicoids. Ugh, Colicoids. Colicoids.
Is that some kind of native animal?
Faguta Giotto Endia.
Colicoids are giant insects. The ones here went feral out of an experiment by the Empire. When the Republic landed here, we cleared out most of the wildlife, but the Colicoid nests went deeper than we thought. They've already regained... We literally just had a bug planet! Can we just kill them all?
I could lend a hand if you need one.
You're not Republic Army, but you're sure close. If you took out the worst of them, we could hold the line. Then let's go kill them. They're bugs. Let's kill them.
Tell me where I need to go.
The alpha males are the worst. Get near the nests, they come running. Good luck out there. Ugh. Bugs. Oh, that's... Nope, don't actually want to do that. That's a flashpoint. That's true, Blade Taval. They all have to die in their own unique ways. If we just try to kill all of them with fire, we're just going to have fire-resistant bugs, and nobody wants that. Hold on. Is this thing? Maybe. Any bugs? Any settings? Oh, actually, there's quite a few. Crazy Norse. Although they're all sentient, so I guess that's a lie.
I ask for one specialist and I get a crack team. Lieutenant Hollis deserves a promotion. I'm Commander Medine. We both know why you're here, so I'll lay out the details. The Empire's taking control of Balmorra's satellite defense system. It's only a matter of time before they find Bugtown and blast us out of this swamp.
Being quick on the trigger solves a lot of my problems.
Our first offensive was shot down. Another would be a huge risk, not to mention give away our position. The Empire's got us cornered. As long as they have that satellite system, they're going to keep Balmorra. But if we could get control of the satellite system, we could turn it on the Empire and even the score.
The satellite system must have a weakness.
All we know is that it's well protected. My scouts and SIS agents can't even get close. My best agent managed to gather some intel, but he never made it back. His ship was shot down. I need someone to enter Imperial territory, find Agent Jago's downed ship, and recover the intel.
Your troops can't handle a simple recovery mission?
My troops wouldn't make it through the Imperial Army and back. Use this decryptor to verify the intel's contents. Then contact me through the comm station at the shuttle pad.
I understand perfectly.
I'll wait for your comm call. Good luck up there.
I suppose my favorite would be the Nerubians, Crazy Norse. Not counting my own, of course, the Frenoi.
Greetings, Captain. I am C6RR, the Class 6 protocol droid in the service of Newman Brock. My master most often refers to me as Sixer. I believe he sees it as an affectionate nickname.
To answer you, Caspian, the bonus series was literally made after all the other stuff was made. Kind of a last-minute thing. So imagine you finished a project, and then you move on, and then you find out that you actually didn't finish the project, you need to keep adding on some stuff. So you go back, and you're in a rush, and you've got some budget issues and some time issues, so you throw together something, and that's the bonus series.
Sorry, buddy. I'm on a schedule.
Master Newman, the visitor you were expecting has arrived.
So, what brings you to Balmorra, Captain? Other than the Fat Republic payoff. They're so busy hiding behind treaties, they're handing out credits like candy. I mean, folks like you and me can make a killing.
Hi, Quentin Flynn.
I was told there's some horrific weapons of death and destruction the Republic doesn't want the Imperial Army getting its hands on.
The same Republic who walked out on us when the Void Wolf sent his death squads? Doesn't exactly buy them the moral high ground.
I should warn you, Captain. Many find the Republic's abandonment a bit of a sore spot.
Though Republic intel did point us to the Nebula shipment, came through an SIS double agent. Codename, Golden.
I never trust a man with a code name.
He's given us some of our best information. Without him, we wouldn't have taken Bugtown. But we need to be extremely careful in our communications. Codes, dead drops, no face-to-face contact. We've got a payment due. In return, he says he's got a location for the Nebula shipment. I need you to make the drop-off.
I get the feeling that this is a lot more complicated than you make it sound.
The last agent we sent never came back. The Imperials held a public execution. So you'll need to hit a series of decoy dead drops to flesh out any tales before you go to the Okara droid factory for the real deal.
Should I just follow the signs for traitorous double agent dead drop?
I'll transmit the decoy points. The real drop-off is in the Okara droid factory.
Oh, and the probe droids, Master Newman. Don't forget the probe droids.
Right. If you see a probe droid, take it down before it can transmit, or you'll have half a division on you. Once you find the drop in the Okara droid factory, leave the payment and pick up the data file Golden left.
That could be argued, Dr. Winter. But
It's not as bad as it looks.
So first of all, I don't agree in general. And I don't want to get into it, because that's a whole argument I don't want to talk about.
But not the worst Republic base I've ever visited.
Just gonna move that over there. But the second point is, again, you presume that everything is this one, mega perfect, peaceful paradise within the extant, which obviously isn't. I mean, what's the one thing I'm best at writing more than anything else? I'll just tell you. War! What are we killing? Oh yeah, speaking of war. Actually, I've been told I'm better at writing politics than war, but whatever. Same difference. Same difference. You want me to kill elites. Okay, cool. Do you mind not doing all that crap that you're currently doing? I admit, when I hear Quentin Flynn, the first thing I tend to hear is actually Kael'thas, but... You know, that's valid, Sarura. That's valid. Yes, this is actually Balmorra's song, by the way, for those of you not aware. Oh, I guess I need to kill some of these. I was hurt. That would be Kael'thas, DJT. He's from Warcraft 3, but he repeated the role in early WoW, and then was replaced because of reasons we're not going to go into. I need to get a tag on this, I need to get a tag on this, I need to get a tag on this. Ah! Got it. That was actually really close. God, I hate Holocron so much. What, Bismarck, Saruna? No, that wasn't Bismarck, was it? I should remember. That's the goal, Melikor. We got a lot of planets left to do, man. Holocrons just suck. They always have, and they always will. It probably says something that, by memory, the worst dungeon in this entire game is the frickin' Holocron War Games. Like, Pax and I were... I think I'd shared this story. Pax and I were thinking, what qualifies... Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, God, I'm frickin' frozen. Ugh. What's a 3- dungeon? And the first dungeon that came to mind, across every MMO, was the Holocron War Games. Oh, I hate that place. I can't wait to review it on stream. Is it really psychotic? I mean, good. Screw that friggin' place. Alright, well, hang on. What do I need? What do I need? I need 3 patriarchs. There's a patriarch right there. I don't know what HK51 is, unless it's what I think it is, in which case, I'd honestly rather not, because isn't that like a time thing? And even if it isn't a time thing, isn't it like a huge time consumer? Like a huge time consumer. Like, because I have HK51 on somebody. I don't know whom. I don't know which character it was, but I did that frickin' thing, and oh god, it was awful. And we've aggroed an elite. God damn. Yeah, you know what? We have a rule. Everything that's possible, everything that's feasible, everything that's reasonable. It's certainly feasible to do HK51, but I think we could firmly slot that in under unreasonable. So let's just say, Gigapudding, you're awesome. Amazing. I love your voice acting. But I would rather shove knives made out of hardened lemons into my eyes than do that on camera. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. I have a whole lot of stuff that I've done that I don't really seem to have access to. And I don't know if that happened. So, obviously, I've been playing... This is the account I've had since this game came out. Actually, since the beta. Which is why I have that founder thing. It is within the realm of possibility that that is another... victim of that, because there's several things that should have carried forward that didn't. So let's see right now. Did HK-51 carry forward? Where's he at? Where's he at? Let's see here. I mean, the game thinks I've never even done Jedi Knight or Jedi Consular or Smuggler, to name specific examples of stuff that wasn't carrying forwards. Looks like I don't have them. There you go. Shrug, honestly. Whoops, there's nothing in here. God damn it, where are we turning this in? Where is the turn-in? There it is. Again, that's not the only thing I'm missing that I know I have. So, I just kind of shrug at it at this point.
Chicos ba inigo dai ji liska chanagawa.
Those bugs aren't as smart as they think. I like our armor.
Wama otto
The
chako.
Colicoids, we can go after the Empire. Yay. Alright. Let's get out of here. That's it, Malachor? Jesus. I bet I could even guess which specific expansion it's in, too.
Is for official business only.
Oh, God. Okay, we've separated. We're no longer the same person. Whew. I mean, everything was on a different server, I think. Although, now that I'm hedging. I'm not actually sure if I was on Starforge to begin with, or if Starforge even existed back then. I know they've had a few server squishes since, you know, I was playing. The first time and the second time. The third time was when we started streaming. Honestly, shrug. I don't care that much. It's just funny. Well, that's terrifying looking. What the hell am I looking at?
An entire maintenance crew for an intel extraction. This is highly irregular. Imperial Reconnaissance Unit IM-3. Several of my systems remain offline. I was attacked on patrol by the local resistance. We cannot underestimate these perfidious rebels. Our most recent defeat has given them a significant advantage.
Give me all the details.
I have located the crash site of Shadow Squadron. Poor brave men. The transponders in the damned fighters continue to function. If properly decoded, the Resistance could use the transponders to track other Imperial ships and blast our noble pilots out of the sky.
A whole squadron. Pretty good for a bunch of farmers.
As if they could challenge the strength and might of the Imperial fleet alone. A Republic officer named Sergeant Darren is helping the Resistance. He is responsible for Shadow Squadron's untimely demise. The transponders must not reach Sergeant Darren. They must be destroyed. I will recommend the fleet target his camp.
I'm going to do some real damage.
Show the Republic our superior strength. Leave no survivors. The debris is spread across the area. I have uploaded the coordinates to your communicator. I will await further repairs. Long may we serve the Empire.
Yeah, I do remember distinctly when they did the server merge, because when I hopped on, all of my characters were, like, auto-flagged for rename. Even if I could just rename them to their own name, I still had to do it.
How do I change the power pack?
Not programmed for combat. You should seek shelter now.
Excuse me. Do you have any idea how to use this gun?
Yes.
I'm taking the fight to those Imperial scumbags. I owe it to my squadron.
You, Really? Game. Game. Game! There shouldn't be this big of a gap. There you go.
What happened to your squadron?
Attempted to strike an Imperial outpost, was equipped with anti-aircraft artillery. He's the only survivor.
Now they're salvaging our flyers' databanks. They've got our weapons specs, orders, briefings, everything. I have to get those databanks back and take out those guns. Trouble is, the place is guarded by shock troops. Real hardcore fighters.
That's not what shock troops
Success
are.
was judged on determination. Your task would be complete.
Thank you. I know there's a chance I'll die, but I have to do something.
Sergeant Volus versus Empire calculating. Results, certain death. Run calculations again?
Still, since you're here, we could team up? What if you went in and took care of the vets, and I wait here to deal with any you flush out? That way we're all doing our bit.
Yeah, sure.
It'll be a real honor to help.
Just hurry. The Empire will fight to the last breath to keep those databanks. If they manage to decode them, mine won't be the last dead squadron.
Meanwhile, I notice Cashel has given into the Mandalorian side of the Force. Okay. Uh-oh. No, we're okay, we're okay. That's a good point, Cashel. I've seen, Starship Troopers. Yeah, I don't remember the bonus series of Balmorra, like, at all. That's probably a bad sign. So I was in the middle of talking about something, and then we had 5 years of cutscenes. What were we talking about? That doesn't matter. Gosh, I hope so, the Count. Yeah, most of my memories are far stronger on the Imperial side. Go figure. Probably because I've done the Imperial side more times than the Republic side. And I also enjoyed it. First of all, so I've talked about this before. So the first time I ever picked up the game, you know, I put it down pretty early on. Well, no, I didn't. But I put it down because I was sick of the game. Didn't go back until quite a while and when I played it with my friends. And they made it a little bit less terrible, because you remember what it was like in vanilla. So, we went back and we did, I say 8 playthroughs, but it's actually closer to like 10. But it was like, alright, so I'll play X, you play Y, and that way we'll both get to see the story arcs. But then, shortly thereafter, I would play it with another group of friends, and so forth and so on. So, between everybody, I ended up actually seeing all the class stuff multiple times, especially, again, on the Imperial side, which is what everyone was interested in. Then, where is this stupid thing? Is that it? It's okay, Disco. I'll never forgive you. Then by the time that we started streaming the game, of course, the first thing we streamed was Trooper. That was awful. Then we started streaming Jedi Knight. That turned out bad. So we just went ahead and made Gilthaberry, if you recall. And said, screw it. And that was kind of the end of it. Where is the stupid thing? Oh my god. Okay. Then we did the second test stream on, there it is, on Sith Warrior. That's actually the character we'll be doing in the expansions, by the way. And now we're here. Sorry for the impromptu history lesson, but I'm just saying, I've done Empire a lot more times, and it is a lot more memorable. It's also better. But that's neither here nor there. So, oh, right. That's what I was about to start talking about. The death of everything. It has Malachor. It's actually funny. The WoW Lore Run's test run was done in Tor. The MMO review series was also tested in Tor. That's two major streaming series, both of which owe themselves to Tor as a proof of concept. But anyways. So good aspects of episode 3. Normally I'd just say everything and move on, but actually, no. Episode 3 yo-yos in quality quite a lot. But, let's see. Lorinary experience, really. I mean, that was the idea of Blade Chaval. I'm very much a firm believer in the idea that you want to test yourself on something that's bad, and not something that's good or easy. Just in general, right? If I want to do a stress test on a bridge, I don't want to make sure that that bridge can hold a feather. That's a bad example and a bad analogy, but you do get my point. Anyways. So you want to improve a dish with a spicy broth. Corn is the obvious answer there. And the easy answer. If you want something a little trickier... Actually, that is correct, Ross. So, in my experience, pork is actually one of the best meats to add to broths or soups. Especially if you could get some kind of sausage. And especially if you could cook the sausage in the broth or soup as it's cooking. Really let it soak through. I can't start it, Cashel. That's you.
Mayday! Mayday! Can anyone read me? Comms blocked. That blasted satellite wasn't enough to shoot me down. The Empire's on the ground already. They'll search the ship and find the intel. I'm blasting the intel out with the garbage. That ought to keep the Imperials busy. The intel's away. I'm going down.
Going down. My life is now ending. They're stabbing me in the chest as I speak. My entrails are spilling out. It is very painful. Tell my wife I said hello. I need to extract the intel still. No? Yeah, no, I do. Where? Ow. The pain. The pain is truly enormous. I cannot withstand it. Lo, should I live to be 1,000 years old, ne'er again shall I experience pain on the level that I am currently feeling. Look, I gotta make fun of the voice acting. Come on, that's ridiculous. Good things about episode 3. I'm one of those weirdos who actually likes the opening battle scene. Just visually. General Grievous is cool looking. Let's see. Is an extraordinarily dense thing, I agree. I do like that they've actually figured out how to get some kind of camaraderie going on between Obi-Wan and Anakin. It took them 3 movies to do it, but they did it. Why is it saying to go back to here? Use the holo terminal. What holo terminal? Oh, that holo terminal. Why is it? Okay, whatever. I don't even care. Don't even care. Moving on, moving on. What? I don't think that's fair, though, Dr. Winter, because that's still the script's fault. So, scrum! You know one thing I really, really, really like in Episode 3? Palpatine. Just across the board, really. Like, Ian McDiarmid nails it, just up and down. And the way that he has a genuine, like, warm, fatherly friendship with Anakin, and the way that he manages the nuance between extremely creepy and horrifying, while never losing that kind of fatherly, paternal take. Like, so, one of the biggest things I dislike about Episode 3 is when they put the rubber mask on Ian McDiarmid. He loses an extremely important aspect of his acting, his face, and his ability to emote. And his performance, frankly, actually gets worse after he puts the rubber mask on. But yeah, like, picture the scene in your head really quick, where he's talking to and revealing himself to Anakin. And he's being very honest with him. Very forthright. Which is part of what makes it so effective. Like, Palpatine just, oh my god, he's... Use my knowledge. I beg you. And yeah, Hayden Christensen is allowed to actually act with his body and his face in Episode 3, too. And remember, almost immediately after the scene where Palpatine lays it all out openly to Anakin, like a friend, we have a scene where he talks to Mace Windu, and part of the conversation has Mace saying, if what you say is true, you will have earned or re-earned, I forget how he says it, my trust. It's a small thing, but it makes you just kind of pause and be like, oh, okay, so you didn't already trust me. Which, of course, he didn't. But you see how that works in immediate contrast to what Palpatine just did. Palpatine just walked up to Anakin unarmed and admitted that he was the Sith Lord. I mean, yes, Malachor, but you get my point. It is a demonstration of trust. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. Palpatine doesn't just say, I trust you. He shows it. Anyways, I could come up with a lot of good things about Episode 3. Ironically, a lot of them are character bits. So unlike Episode 1, where most of the things are, you know, moments or choreography, and in Episode 2, where it's mostly visual stuff, in Episode 3, character stuff. That's probably one of the reasons Episode 3 is so high on the list for me. Oh yeah, Dooku was screwed. I'm actually vaguely amused that Christopher Lee shut down the option for him to beg for his life. I was like, no, I don't think Dooku would do that. And if Christopher Lee says something, you're probably going to go along with it, so they did. There you are. I mean, you were my brother, Anakin. I loved you. Is an agonizing speech, really. In a good way.
Alderaan, I heard your team tracks Imperial ships. These transponders might help.
Kavaji uta kuka huta nupri da bumbaula. Kapuna maletuta ud mishka kabanotesime.
We start decoding this immediately. Blah, 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 blah. Here you go. I mean, honestly, there's a reason we call it being Dooku'd at this point. They did him dirty in Episode 3. I don't have time for this now, though. You're jamming my channel. Again, don't you have work to do?
The Empire may be calling the shots at Okara now, but they don't own me. This is a golden opportunity.
Yeah, that's not... The day I take orders from Imperial collaborators the day I marry Gamorrean. Now buzz off.
Great. The Empire overruns my workplace and suddenly I'm a traitor. I'm in a perfect position to ruin their operations, but the Republic won't even hear me out.
Where exactly do you work?
The Okara droid factory, which the Empire controls now. Not ideal employers. For the past few months, my factory's been putting together a massive shipment of battle droids for the Empire. In the interest of quality assurance, I developed a virus and uploaded it to one of the droids, just to see what would happen. The droid malfunctioned, violently. Now, imagine if we infected the entire shipment of droids with that virus.
What's your plan for making that happen?
We've been using special relay droids to upload all the necessary programming to the combat models. If we infect the relay droids, they should transmit the virus to the rest. I'd do it myself, but they're guarded by sentry drones. If you can get past those sentries and upload the virus, you'll corrupt thousands of the Empire's droids. Will you do it?
Yes.
Just give me the coordinates and I'll move out.
Nulilak apajam kamgam. Amka nemnang. Ampa nemnang memua inok. Nikad agak kip debab. Naya amgam barakeki.
Okay. Are we down here?
Bomogala apayang.
Oh my god, blah, 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 blah. Let's go. Jesus. I get it. Fucked virus, droids, go. Shut up. Ahem. I remember that particular line, Malachor, and you're right. Which is funny, because Palpatine actually could do that. I mean, I know, that's what you're calling out. But it deserves to be re-mentioned how hilarious that is. I want you to end the war. Would tomorrow be too soon?
Travel routes. Be safe out there.
I want Corellia. The planet or the system? I can't holo-novel. Whatever, I'll be there in a second. Hang on. But no, we can meme and joke, and obviously there are issues with the scene. But I do unironically love the way Obi-Wan just pours his soul out. He's not talking to Anakin at that point. Like, you notice that. He's just venting. You were my brother. The reason I focus in on those specific words. You were my brother. I loved you. Keeping in mind, as has been mentioned very recently, he's not even supposed to do that. Why is this not letting me join? I'm here. I'm literally right here.
Commander Maydeen, I've recovered your intel. The agent didn't make it.
Even so, that's the best news I've gotten in a while. There's enough data here to build another satellite system. It's all in Balmorra in shorthand. Looks like the system's operated by the Hawkeye techs. The Hawkeyes are the best technicians on Balmorra. To control the satellite system, we'll need their help.
How do we know they'll want to help?
I doubt the occupations made them warm to the Empire. Most of the Hawkeyes are stationed at the satellite control tower, but there's one we might be able to reach. Ian Sarkis. I recognize the name. He's young, but brilliant. Bit of a wisecracker.
A Jedi learns to clear the mind of all distractions.
I'm more worried that he'll distract the Empire. Sarkis works at a well-armed auxiliary satellite station used to spy on the locals. There's an armory on site, and plenty of Imperial troops. He reports to one of the Empire's best, Admiral Rezair. No wonder they've got control.
That sounds like first-hand experience talking.
Fighting the Admiral's like going up against a Durasteel wall. I don't advocate wholesale slaughter, but this whole plan goes belly up if Admiral Rezair finds out. Do what you have to, and get Sarkis back to the shuttle pad. He'll tell us where to go from there.
That should be easy enough.
Let's hope so. We're not going to get another shot at this. I'll be standing by.
Sergeant Jolas, I have the databanks and all gun batteries are down.
That means I can get back up in the air again. Plus, I managed to pick off a few Imperials.
Congrats.
There'll be a lot more of that, believe me.
I sure hope so. I can't wait to take the fight to those Imperial scum.
Hey, I bathed just yesterday.
With those guns out of the way, we can get the fleet operational again. Payback time.
I will say, Malachor, I both agree and disagree with you on that. Yes, I know, obviously, in canon you're correct, and that's the intent, but you get my point. Because on the one hand, yeah, no, he became attached and therefore failed Anakin. But on the other hand, the problem, my opinion, is not that Obi-Wan became attached to Anakin, it's that he didn't commit to it. He flip-flopped. That's not the song I'm on. There we go. Let me put this another way. I'm going to use a really, really, really basic analogy. You're driving. You refuse to invite Cashel, so that's cool. You're driving, and you accidentally run a red or whatever. In so doing, you're kind of getting into the way of traffic. The worst thing you could do, well, okay, the worst reasonable thing you could do in that situation is hesitate. To not commit to it. The move has been made. You're out there. You're in the way. What you need to do is to commit to the turn, finish it, and get out of the frickin' way. Also, by acting in such a static way, you'll also make sure that the other drivers can adapt to you. Whereas if you start pausing and going and pausing and going, the other drivers have no idea what you're up to, and you're probably going to cause a wreck. Yeah, exactly. Hesitating keeps you in the wrong place longer. Now, that's a very tangible and immediate example, but I found that that tends to be true in general when it comes to just life. I honestly think that if Obi-Wan had committed to actually being Anakin's friend, to actually being his brother, and not, you know, wishy-washying about it because of his fears and his worries and trying to do right by the Jedi Order and blah, 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 he probably would have actually been capable of helping Anakin. Instead, now, that does bring up an interesting question, a hypothetical, if you will. If he had stayed completely unattached, would that have actually been better? Oh, question bot is dead. Thank you for pointing that out, DJT. Pull that back up. Well, I mean, I don't agree with that, Malachor, but what I mean is, like, if he was really unattached, you know, the old-fashioned way. Yep. Droids being things. Droids doing things. Let's do it!
I'd hate to calculate the odds on this one.
Plan has worked so far. Might as well finish. Head for the assembly line. You'll find the droid shipments nearby. Natho will be waiting for you. I do think that Anakin was probably screwed. First of all, he's an ex-slave. We could stop right there. We could end that sentence right there. He's an ex-slave. That by itself is a level of PTSD and a level of trauma that is just horrific, especially since we add on point number 2, the death of his mother. We can also add on point number 3 if we really want to. Point number 3 is Palpatine. The moment Palpatine had his eyes on him, honestly, that was game. Very true, Sarura, you're right. Yeah, not a pleasant death. Death by slow torture. By people who are only torturing her because of the same reason they always do. They never do, Dr. Winter. I mean, they mentioned the whole, you're a slave and you have to work for someone and, you know, if you try to run, it'll blow up your head, but that's all they really talk about in the films. And that's true, Malachord. I would agree with you on that. What Lucas means when he says attachment is almost always obsession. Or possessiveness might be a better word. Very toxic kind of crap. Whoa! Camera. Camera. Oh, God. Oh, God. My camera is... There we go. Camera's back. Camera's back. Jesus, that was weird. I don't remember Triaxia. Ah, droid factories. Thy name is Balmorra. Well, yeah, you're supposed to move on. Hello, Crazy Norse. No attachments to the material plane or whatever. Balmorra does exist in Star Wars, yes. Although they don't do much with it. Better in Morrowind. I know, right, Lunaruth? I need to just get good and play without the camera. Watto was pretty nice for a slave order. I'm not arguing that. But he was still a slave owner, and Anakin was still a slave with a bomb that's going to go off if he tries to do anything about it. I suppose that is also debatable, Dr. Winter. I disagree completely, but we could certainly debate that. But again, it doesn't matter, because Anakin was Palpatine. And that was the end of that. Yeah, no kidding, Malachor. Which is why the second thing we need to debate when it comes to the Star Wars rewrite is Anakin Skywalker. He is such a central pillar to the series, he needs to be nailed down, because so many other things are going to be sitting on that particular domino. I know, Dr. Winter. I still don't agree. I'm just really, really not cool with that kind of a thing. Is there a form of unlife in fiction you'd be comfortable with? Yes, a lich in Warcraft, specifically. I'd be okay with that. I think that's an invalid argument, okay? Because Palpatine never really tried to get Luke. Like, Palpatine spent years years being Anakin's friend and confidant and, you know, fatherly figure. And that was the end of that. Right? Oh yeah, no, not Pathfinder. No. Warcraft, specifically, thanks. By contrast, yeah, Palpatine was like, ah, yes, come, young Skywalker. Join me, mwahaha. And it's like, what? Which just goes back to that whole retirement thing, or not, you know, the not trying thing I've talked about a few times. I mean, Palpatine invested how many years of work and effort and everything into Anakin, into making the perfect, like, Vader. I don't know what to call it. Like, it's literally what he was. He crafted Vader. He wanted that perfect enforcer, that perfect front arm, that perfect apprentice. Some specific works of the writing in the EU specifically actually posited the idea that Palpatine actually gave a damn about Anakin by the end of it all. Not because he was a good person and not to try and make him a better person, but just because he had spent so much of himself caring about Anakin that he did care about Anakin. Now you might think, well, doesn't that make, you know, doesn't that like redeem Palpatine or make him better? No, because think about it. Someone that you care about, someone that you have invested yourself in, is just this broken half piece of husk. And it's just like, and it just twists it, right? Yeah, it makes it worse. Exactly. It's just like, ah! And one of the things that I will agree about the original interpretation, where am I going? Of the dark side. Interpretation? Presentation? Whatever. Is the idea that the dark side was all about taking something and mutating it into a worse version of itself, right? They talk about that even in the original trilogy. You know, how love can be twisted into possessiveness, or how caring can be twisted into entitlement, and so forth and so on. So the idea that Palpatine actually probably legitimately cared about Anakin, and then that happened, twists it, right? And now Palpatine hates Vader. Now, again, that varies based on writer interpretation. One of the writers, I think it was actually the AU specifically, had this thing about how Palpatine knew he couldn't actually be nice to Vader even if he wanted to be, because it wouldn't work for him. There's this one work where he's doesn't care about him at all and is immediately trying to get him killed just to make Vader understand how much he doesn't matter and to understand the nature of the Sith, etc., etc., etc. Where's... oh, there it is. Most likely not Ikit. So occasionally we like to change definitions in rewrites. For example, we decided to get rid of Nausicaans as a species, and they no longer exist. I love how Casual is just teleporting around right now. So there is no Nausicaan species within the Star Trek universe in the rewrite. Instead, Nausicaan is a Vulcan word that basically means pirate. So a lot of people call themselves Nausicaans because the terminology kind of caught on. Or they are called Nausicaans because the terminology caught on, rather.
It's not as bad as it looks.
This is Imperial property. Freeze!
If I listen, does that mean you won't shoot me? Because that seems out of character.
Good point. Don't we usually shoot them anyway?
Shut up! Spar, you take point here. Try to take them alive.
Hi, Spar.
You didn't say please. You want to take out the rest of these idiots? We need to talk privately.
Okay, I do love that scene. I do love that scene.
I'll let you take credit here. These aren't bodies I need on my name.
Whose body were you looking for?
Moff Tyrak. Get me to him, and I'll pay any price you name. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
That sounds even more embarrassing when you say it.
That's who your delivery is for. Imperial Moff Tyrak, commander of the 63rd Armored Infantry Division. If he's working for the Resistance, I want to know why.
You're Mandalorian. Aren't you loyal to the Empire?
No. I'm seeking Moff Tyrak for reasons of my own. I will give the Republic all I know of the Empire's plans here, as payment for Moff Tyrak.
I might be able to help you out for a favor like that.
See what you can find out. I'll contact you later.
Of course she's Batman. What else would she be?
For now, I'm gonna stay out of sight.
I have not seen Kenobi, and honestly, I probably won't anytime soon. Time is not something I have on my side. No, she's Mandalorian. Remember, Mandalorians aren't really a species at this point, and haven't been for a while. I believe she is a Zabrak. Even if a Kenobi run got funded right now, we're probably like 8 months out. Even if I started Streaminations this week, which I will not, we're probably about 8 months out from the next Streamination actually, the next funded Streamination actually happening. Because we've got Justified Season 1, and then we've got the Tangled series, and I don't remember what else. I think Mandalorian, and probably something else that I can't remember right now. That's great, Lune Ruth. The moment you invent something to freeze time, let me know. I could get a lot done with that device. Clone Wars Season 7, that's the other one. Thank you, Zarkov. I thought it was different species, same planet or something, DJT. I forget. They did some weird retcon to make it work. Eh. I mean, honestly, Casual, I would love that. Give me the freaking Enertron. Bam! And I've gotten a full night's rest in 5 seconds. Done! And I wouldn't market it and I wouldn't sell it because I guarantee you corporations would abuse the crap out of humans' rights if they had access to that. That's not something that I trust people with. Use the hell out of it, though. And thank you for the CT quote. Is that a bonus? That is a bonus. Man, screw that. Let's get out of here. No. Run. Run! Before they can drag us into more combo. Wait, is that out? That is out. I need to go this way. I need to go this way. Run! Run! I need to sell. Inventory's getting a little full.
Report your ailments.
Yeah, I'm sick of life. Cure me of my misery.
You are fit for duty. Return to your post.
Should we cure sleep? Again, not sure that would be a good thing. Yeah, Chrono Trigger is a good game. I know that's a bit of a hot take, but I stand by it. Trihexia asked an interesting question. Would Anakin thrive in this era right here? I actually have an answer to that, but I'm curious of your all's answer to that first.
I just ran a full diagnostic on our droids. Looks like they've all been infected. They won't go ballistic until they've been shipped and deployed. But when they do, watch out, Imperials. This wouldn't have happened without your help. The Republic doesn't realize what you've done for them.
Don't forget your part. You acted in spite of their distrust.
I had to do something. Otherwise, I really would be the Imperial scum they think I am. So long as the Republic thinks I'm a traitor, the Empire will too. Might as well stick around, do some more damage.
So, allow me to go ahead and give my answer. I'm just going to agree with the crowd. Yes, absolutely. Anakin would not just... Like, this era is built for someone like Anakin Skywalker. No, okay. Not I'm aware of, anyways. I mean, there's a lot of dumb Jedi. See you around, Cashel. Thanks for the joining and the help and existing and the cool armor. All that fun stuff. What? Apparently I've already turned these in. What have I got here? Hang on. So that's... there. Okay, I know where I'm going. Yeah, there's also open Sith. And Anakin... Let me walk that back. My interpretation of Anakin is that he is a flawed and troubled person, but not really an evil person. Now, that's an important distinction because some people disagree with that. Some people think Anakin really was always a monster. Shrug. But if we go with the he's not always a monster interpretation, he could probably have done a lot of good in this era. If we go with the he is always a monster interpretation, then he probably would have joined the Sith, like day 2.
Ian Sarkis?
That's me, and I'll help you with anything you want. Just don't shoot. I guess you must need me or the satellite system pretty bad.
It's a good question, Crazy Norse. What do you think?
I need you to get me control of the satellite system.
I'd consider that fair trade for a rescue. The Empire hasn't paid me since they took over. But if Admiral Rizair discovers you attacked this post just to get me out, he'll know the Republic's up to something. We'll have to make a few stops first so I can cover our tracks.
You're the scientist.
It's pronounced Hawkeye. Just get me where I need to go. I'll do the rest.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Why not? I could see Anakin being friends with the light side Sith warrior. And probably being enough of a middle grounder to recognize that, you know, the light side Sith warrior is not their enemy.
Yeah.
I've scrambled their comm channels. If the Imperials want to tell the Admiral what happened...
So DJT asks a fun question. So something I'm going to try to push for the Star Wars rewrite is specializing specific specializations for the different Force users. I've always liked that idea, and I know it's a little bit superpowery. I just don't care, because I like the idea. I like the idea that different people specialize in using the Force for, you know, interacting with the bloodstream, or trying to see visions of the future, or you know, whatever, right? Oh, sorry, thank you. So, the DJT question is, what would be a unique specialized Force power you think the Skywalkers should get? Now, in the actual movies, they've got the piloting reflexes, you know, the best starfighter pilot in the galaxy. And of course, Luke is one of the best starfighter pilots in the galaxy. But what do you think? And yeah, exactly, Pillagers Snow. They already kind of do this. Back in the EU, they were doing this too. There's this one Mon Calamari woman, I can never think of her name, who was really, really good at healing. She was the one who's healed Mon Mothma of the super virus that she was given. I can't believe that didn't aggro. That's insanity. And yeah, precognition, that's a good word, thank you. Precognition is kind of what the Skywalkers already have. We could just stick with that. It's a valid and valuable skill. There's also that's true. There's also the mechanical aptitude. That's very valid.
It's not as bad as it looks.
Skywalking. Also, whoever asked about how the Inquisitor would do in the prequel era, I'm pretty sure the Inquisitor would get stomped in the prequel era. Don't mistake me, the Inquisitor is both strong and very talented, and a lot smarter than anyone gives her credit for. But a huge amount of her raw power comes from the Force ghosts that she bound to her. And, those aren't there in the prequel era.
I was starting to get worried. There's a lot of Imperial movement going on up there.
Sarkis sabotaged a few things to keep them busy.
Ian Sarkis, sir. I left the Empire a few thank you presents for their hospitality.
That's our man. Can you get us control of Balmorra's satellite system?
Not exactly, but I can't shut it down, that's for sure.
That's a dangerous task for a tech.
Hacking past a Hawkeye defense? I deserve a medal. I can get you one unauthorized command. Then the system will lock up, and it'll take the Hawkeyes weeks to detangle it.
That'll have to be enough. How do we make this happen?
The hack needs to be planted in the satellite control tower's main computers, right where Admiral Rizair and his men are stationed.
Does the Admiral have any other defenses?
Just his track record. Even in defeat, he always manages to strike the last blow.
Once the fight's over, just insert this disk into the main control console. It'll upload the hack. I need to get to a computer. Thanks again for the rescue.
Taking down Admiral Rizair and his men is a tall order. Are you sure you're up to it?
Good night,
Remember,
prisoners.
the Force is my ally.
Don't underestimate the Admiral. He's experienced, ruthless, and worst of all, smart. Sarkis and I will wait for your signal. We'll be ready.
I was gonna say, I actually remember that Arcano. I wonder why they got rid of it. Whatever. Nope, that's over there. I'm gonna go turn in a Smuggler quest really quick, which I believe is over here.
Here, let me.
So, you're right, Resident Evil 4 was fairly down to earth, even though it was supposed to be an end-of-the-world plot. And then 5 and 6 escalated quickly, which I think was part of them trying to dig into the...
It's dark and dirty, but not the worst Republic base I've ever visited. Rhodia
ridiculous...
still holds the title.
The ridiculous nature of where they were going with Ari at the time. You know, the shtick. So that being said, the easy way to deal with escalation is, first of all, to smooth it out more. But second of all, if you want to escalate, then immediately de-escalate, which, if you're paying attention, they did. Resident Evil 7 brought things way back down, and that was a good move.
Oh dear, Captain. I cannot say how relieved I am to see you. After you left, Master Newman went to meet with some Resistance fighters and he never made it back.
Is it true the payment was for an Imperial Moff?
What were... Oh, yes, the double agent. Moff Tyrak, indeed. You seem to be in one piece, so I trust that went well? Great sakes! I've just intercepted an Imperial data stream. A foot patrol caught Master Newman and the others. They're taking them to Camp Vigil.
I'm guessing that's not a let's sleep under the romantic moonlight sort of camp.
Camp Vigil is Balmorra's most notorious prison camp, set up by the Void Wolf himself. Master Newman has a pair of field disruptors he intended to use to break our people out. If you were to smuggle them to him now, he could stage a massive prison break from inside. The Empire will be humiliated.
Sorry, my mission on Balmorra doesn't involve chasing stray Twi'leks.
Master Newman welcomed you here. Do you not feel even a droid's sense of loyalty? Anyway, you have to save him. Master Newman is the only one who can decode Moff Tyrak's data files.
If you had a tongue, you'd be sticking it out, wouldn't you?
Of course not. My programming does not allow for such petty displays. Master Newman has cultivated contacts among those camp vigil guards with weaknesses for stims and other restricted imports. If you make his deliveries to the corrupt guards, you should be able to gain access to the camp, if not the prison itself.
Corrupt guards are my favorite kind.
I'll give you IDs on the guards, and we'll hide the field disruptors in your clothes. And you're ready to go. Just head for Sobrik. Camp Vigil is just inside. I believe Private Wick's on duty at the entrance tonight. I'm sure you'll find a way to convince him to let you in.
But yes, thank you, hand sanitizer. I have put that towards the Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster. Appreciate you. Favorite Mario minion? I assume you mean like secondary character or whatever. One moment. I haven't looked at my talents lately. I had that already. So what do we got here? Okay. I think I'll keep that. Ironically, I actually have the talents I want. But at least now I know how they work. So, let's see. Best companion. Yeah, Goombario and Goombella are the obvious choices. After that, I would probably go with Vivian. And after Vivian...
Greetings. You are cleared for the following travel routes. Be safe out there.
Oh, Vivian's awesome. In fact, one of the funny things is they do that thing with Vivian that they did with Risha here. They establish her before she joins the party. Bowser is not a Mario minion, last I checked. I could be wrong about that. Mario secretly runs the Koopa Kingdom. More at 11. Yeah, sorry. I think I'm going to stick with those answers. Those are plenty of good answers. So, a book theater. I mean, if you could sell people on a specific book to do a theater of, Luna and Ruth, let me know. But I'm going to put that entirely on you. That's also why he's always kidnapping the princess. She's in on it! I would refuse flat out to do Lord of the Rings. Just 100% veto. No way in hell. Just, no. That was weird. I'll keep waiting. Tell you what, you want to do a Lord of the Rings theater, you do it. She's not there, she doesn't understand. I care, but there's nothing I can do. I've located the Imperials, you assemble the team goes after the Imperials. We need more than a location, we need troops. I don't have anyone to send. You're not trying hard enough. I'll find someone else to help.
Somebody want to explain what's going on?
The Imperials hit one of our supply trains. I'm the only survivor. Imperials took the supplies. I tracked the Imperials. We know where they're at, but I can't spare anyone to go after them. The Resistance is running thin on good people.
The Jedi Order won't turn its back on you.
Folks in the Resistance have gotten used to being left high and dry by your kind. Good to know you got them this time. Yeah. I won't send anyone else out until I know the supply route's safe. We can't afford the losses. Report back to me after you take out the Imperial patrol so I know the road is clear. Sure. What else we got here? Is there a thing up there? God, I can't even read this stupid map anymore. I'm thinking I need to just start giving more negatives for the map for being terrible!
Travel is for official business only.
Someone asked what I would think if they cured sleep. Do you remember when people used to have to work extraordinarily long hours because factories and death dooms? Now, I'm going somewhere with this. But part of the reason I bring that up is because it was considered by several people at the time to be a fairly major move forwards in workers' rights and people's rights to bring them down to the 40-hour work week.
These hours are insane. Doesn't the Empire realize we just make the correct...
Now, the reason I'm mentioning that is because it's my opinion that the 40-hour work week is too much. That should not be standard, and in fact, should already be considered.
Isn't it? We just have to make the best of it.
And hope our fortunes change, right?
It should already be considered to be too much, excess or whatever. I work plenty. Nobody makes me work for it. It was actually, I was just looking at it over here. It was a big shove. So here in the States, the 40-hour work week was established in the 40s as a direct reaction to a lot of the crap that we were going through economically at that point in time.
It's not as bad as it looks.
Am I working less now that I'm streaming it instead of 10 hours? So, I'm in combat. Yes and no. On the one hand, yes, but not for the right reason. By the way, good night, Vigilant. Thank you for joining me, as always. So, the main reason I've been working less lately isn't because I've actually been working less, it's because I've been sleeping more. Now, you might think, good, but no. What's happening is my body's still recovering. And so I am still having trouble, getting enough rest. Now, once that's fixed, I was talking to my family about this literally just yesterday. Most of us think that once I've gone through a couple of weeks of transitionary period, we'll see how good I actually am doing and how my schedule actually is working. It's one of the reasons why I committed to the 8-hour shift, regardless of what I eventually decide, for at least a while. Because I'm going to need a while to shuffle my body over to the new format. The idea is to work as much, though. I will freely admit that. I got a lot of stuff I want to do with my life.
Enough. This ends here. You can see you're outnumbered. If you leave now, I'll give you a decent head start to the nearest shuttle pad.
It's a big mistake to think this is over.
The Empire controls Balmorra. The greatest weapons in the galaxy are now in the hands of its strongest power. If the Republic insists on fighting those odds, Balmorra will suffer for it.
With the Empire gone, Balmorra will thrive.
As if we would leave it to you before destroying it.
I like how his bodyguards are regulars and he's an elite. He's just some admiral. Goodbye.
One satellite defense system, courtesy of me. How's that for the rookie, Hawkeyes? Guys, tell me the other Hawkeyes are just ignoring me.
It's just me and a bunch of dead Imperials.
Odd. The Hawkeyes don't leave their posts, unless it's to help nice people like you. Looks like the hack worked perfectly. I can get one command in before the system locks up. Just say the word and I'll... No, this can't be. The Hawkeyes are being executed. Admiral Rizier's orders.
What threat are the Hawkeyes to him?
They're being executed for aiding the Republic. But they didn't do anything. I did.
Sarkis, assault's already begun. There's an Imperial command compound. Can't locate. Destroy our defenses. Use the satellite system to find command. Shut down dispatch console. Mating out.
Well, I'm really torn up about a bunch of stuff being destroyed. But we're talking life or death here. We've only got one command. We have to use it to find the Hawkeyes.
Do it. I won't let innocent people die.
Not even a choice. Wow. I thought there was at least going to be a light side, dark side thing.
I brought down their biggest defenses with the turbo lasers, but there's still a lot of Imperials inside.
If the Hawkeyes are still alive, I'll save them.
I can't thank you enough. Now hurry.
Now, I know they removed the choice, but I thought there was, like, something left there. Not literally nothing. Jeez. So Korgoth asked if I had surgery. I've actually gone in for surgery twice in my life. But I don't understand why you're asking that. Not that it's too personal, as I just mentioned, but where's that coming from? I know, Lunarith. Whoa! That... What was that nonsense? Of course I'm a smuggler.
You're gonna live.
I'm gonna smuggle your heart, Risha. Or whatever your damn name is. Wait patiently. There we go. Yeah, okay. That's fair. I am recovering. What I'm recovering from is 3 years of working a 10-hour shift 6 days a week. That's what I'm recovering from. It's actually 3 years minus 1 week. This week right here would have been the 3-year mark of when we started doing that. Excuse me, streaming for 10 hours. Which is different. I've talked about that before. I usually work off camera, but off camera work is a little bit more chill and a little bit less intensive. On camera work is always the most strenuous stuff to do.
These hours are insane.
What the hell's a vacation, Korgoth? Hang on. Guys, have you ever heard of a vacation? Uh-huh. Why? Oh, okay. Sorry, that's just... Apparently we're going to the factory? God, I cannot understand this map at all. I swear to God. Of course, Balmorra has a confusing... Well, let me walk that back. Balmorra has weird zone structure. That's probably the way to actually phrase it. Yeah, hang on. No, Lunarith, my income has gone down, not up. Hey, Siri. I might have disabled it. Hey, Google? Nope. Damn. Okay, hang on. Let's see what we got here. What is a vacation? Apparently, a vacation has a different definition depending on which nation you're in, according to this. I'm not making that up. But in the North American continent, it is specifically an extended period of leisure and recreation, especially one spent away from home or traveling. The hell does that mean? It's just a bunch of nonsense words. No. The primary reason I worked so much was because I wanted to get through the queue, Lunaruth. I mean, you could argue there's financial reasons for that, which is debatable, but the primary objective was to shrink the queue. Which we haven't actually done yet, if I'm being completely honest. But I decided that it would be better to stream Tor with the 8-hour shift than the 10-hour shift. So we are. Yeah, Inamisha gets it. Doing 10-hour shifts of the Trooper arc would have absolutely killed me. Once we finish Inquisitor, I think we'll be that Tor will smooth out substantially. The problem is, we still have to do our due diligence, and that means going through the planetaries, the bonus series, the secondaries, the crap dungeons, and all that crap. That sounds awful psychotic. I may have just gotten credit of this without you. Hang on. Nope, it still says speak to lead. Cool.
You saved us! I didn't think anyone knew we were here. The Imperials were going to use us for target practice. We owe you one.
We're not even halfway there, Warp Core.
It's all a part of the service.
Your line of work looks even more dangerous than ours. We're gonna run until there's no more Imperial flags. Thank you again.
God, we just did all that to save a bunch of Twi'leks. What a waste of time.
It's not as bad as it looks.
We will probably finish Smuggler this week. Although there's a bunch of asterisks attached to that. But it's within the realm of feasibility. Oh yeah, I looked that game up today, Korgoth. But what's your backup? So you never gave me a backup to put that towards other than Shin's. Exactly, Giga. I have the only Twi'lek I will ever need in you. Infinite. Is that on the list?
Welcome back. The satellite system's down and the battle's over. I've been in some intense ops before, but that... let's just say Bugtown never looked so good. We're holding the Empire back by the skin of our teeth. Freeing captive civilians wouldn't have been my choice.
There was literally no alternative.
The Republic is made up of allies, not buildings.
The Hawkeyes know Balmorra's infrastructure better than anyone. Perhaps they'll make future victories more certain. Either way, we'd likely be standing in a bombed-out mess if it wasn't for you. You've got my thanks.
I'm glad I was around to help out.
Our next major offensive is Imperial headquarters in the city of Sobrik. There's a sizable Balmorran resistance set up nearby. Beck Talrot, the resistance leader, requested our aid, but the satellite system kept us from answering. I'd like to send you.
Could someone type !backup so that Gorgoth understands what I mean by a backup, please?
Good to know someone else is fighting back.
Up until now, they were the only ones. I'll let Beck know you're heading in that direction. He'll be waiting. I've got to get back to troop deployment. I'm certain we'll cross paths again.
Probably because we had no choice. There was no other landing lane. Metroid block, okay. That qualifies. That's why I added that command, because you're not the first person to be like, oh, I'll put my backup to this other game that's not on the list. And I'm like, well, but... okay. Well, do you have another backup? How about this other game that's not on the list? And I'm just like, okay. Backup command. I guess there's not really a lot of reason for it to link to the backup command, or to the backup command, to the back, link up to the list. I mean, the list is really, really visible. I suppose that would cut down on clicks, which is good HUD design. Ugh. So, what the hell is a Zactronic? Has anybody ever heard of a Zactronic? Try !command. If that's not it, then probably not, no. Oh, those are... I've never even heard of any of those. Because why would I? The older I get, the more I realize how little I know about game design. Or rather, that's not what I mean. The older I get, the more I know about game design. But the less I know about esoteric games that I'd never heard of before. That's probably a better way to put that. What I'm trying to say is Zactronic games don't even exist, okay? Like, I think they're a figment of our collective imagination.
It's not as bad as it looks.
Risha. Thank you, Baron. I will put that towards Kirby, etc. If I can find the list. There it is. What's the most obscure game I've played? Probably something on the list that nobody's ever heard of. Well, I don't know if you heard of this, Baron, but I have this thing called a website. Now. But I have a quest right here. I'm just going to finish this quest. Get it off my map, because I'm sick to death of the goddamn map, which keeps telling me to go down here. God, I hate the zone layout of Balmorra so freaking much. Just gonna do these quests. This quest, singular. Just gonna do it. Just gonna do it. Get it out of my log so it stops clogging my log with crap. There. Stupid thing. That's not even... Why is there no... Ugh. Because I have to do the quest, Korgon. Unless that's what you mean, in which case, never mind. Anyways, hang on. Let me add those bits to Shenzhen Zanjinzo. Look, I can't pronounce words, okay? I have no ability to pronounce anything. That is an esoteric art that I do not control.
I took out those Imperials and...
Yeah, here's your goddamn supplies. Alright, go. Now then, moving on. Let's go! I have another series of quests down there, but that's the whatever. What the hell is Submarine Titans? No, I have not played that. Hang on. The most esoteric game I've ever played is almost assuredly something on camera that I'd never heard of until you guys funded it. And that would be... Hang on, let me look up something specific here. Give me a second. I'm not sure when that was exactly.
Okay.
Tiny and big.
Sneak in through the... Ow!
Tiny and big.
Treat the wound. Don't poke at it like an impatient Jawa.
Sorry, sir. We've got company.
Oh, hello there. I'm, Sergeant Carnes. This here's Private Anlin. We're trying to recover some Imperial intel, preferably without getting shot.
Sure thing,
Again.
Clark. What do we got?
What sort of information are you after?
Command sent us to retrieve data recorders from crashed Imperial starships. They contain valuable intel on the Empire's planetary defenses.
This is insane, sir. Why should we keep risking our necks when we have a perfectly capable group right here?
You seem to think these recorders are worth dying for.
It could be the works. Imperial fleet positioning, clearance codes, battery placement. Maybe Anlin's right. That information could help the Republic fleet establish a solid foothold on Balmorra, bring us one step closer to liberating the planet. I'm not leaving here without those recorders, but we simply aren't equipped to get past those lunatics. Can you get them?
You two rest here. I'll handle this.
I hate to have someone else fight my battles for me. I appreciate this.
You're gonna live.
Well, Ina Mishao says, "What's wrong with you, Lord? You're dumb." Well, the answer is yes. The other specs are just not nearly as enjoyable or interesting or, frankly, capable. Playing a melee-focused smuggler is whatever. Playing a stealth-capable smuggler is whatever.
Yeah.
Playing a smuggler that can actually do some damn damage is actually much more interesting. And more fun, to be blunt.
Then if we can hit the power... looks like you've got your reinforcements.
A whole squad. I see why the Republic's help is worth the wait. I'm Bektalrot, and this is Colonel Marek. We welcome anyone who's willing to fight for a free Balmorra. I requested backup because we've set our sights on the city of Sobrik. It's currently Imperial headquarters.
You got a lot of volunteers for something that could be suicide.
The Empire's raised our land, forced us from our homes, taken our cities. We do what we must. Colonel Marek is the most decorated officer in the Balmorran militia, and our man inside the Empire.
Our best bet into Sobrik is an aerial assault, landing in the spaceport and surprising them.
Our transport's an old Republic model. She can carry enough men to challenge the Empire.
But the spaceport shield disables any non-Imperial craft, and all the false promises in the galaxy won't deactivate it.
Balmorra's not a safe place to fly.
When you're welcome, it's safe enough. When you're not, well, you can see why everyone's fighting over it.
We've gotten our hands on the Troida Disruptor, a prototype weapon that could break through Sobrik's shield.
The Empire has fail-safes in place, and the Troida Disruptor will only work for a few minutes. Luckily, that's all we need.
But activating it requires enough power to launch a Star Destroyer, and we don't have it.
That's
a lot of power. The only thing that's got that kind of juice is Sobrik's power grid, the largest set of generators on Balmorra.
Tampering with these generators might get some unwanted attention.
The men will be armed for the assault on Sobrik. If the Empire decides to bring a fight here first, we'll be ready.
Now, the Empire, anticipating an attack, has positioned fully armed garrisons at each generator.
If you can get past them and siphon power from the generators, we can activate the Troida Disruptor and break through Sobrik's shield.
I'm good at getting things where they need to go.
I'll monitor the power grid from here and contact you when everything's in place. Good luck.
Stage. Yep, nope, that is Consular. I'm not sure her actress, although we'll be hearing a lot of her, because our Consular will be female. So look forward to that, I suppose. I mean, it's an amusing idea, Tara. Although, it's an RTS from the 90s, and we know what that means. You never know. Someone might. Ina Michelle. Maybe. Now let's wait for a respawn.
Here, Let me.
Yep. Oh, yep, there it goes. That was a lot faster than I was expecting, actually. I mean, we're firmly in vanilla territory here, so anything goes here. But yes, Orkono is playing a consular. Female consular. I don't remember who plays the male consular, sorry.
Die already.
I mean, I don't know about you, Tara. One of the things I tend to remember most about StarCraft is the pathfinding. I know it's memed on, but, like, all memes and jokes aside, that pathfinding was terrible. I actually had to start generating strategies around the pathfinding because of how bad it was. Still, I agree. Having a modern take on an underwater RTS, that sounds awesome. Especially if it's partially 3D, you know? Then again, I don't know if you've seen any of the Homeworld 3 footage, but it looks like they're actually kind of drifting in that direction, which sounds really cool. So who knows, Homeworld 3 might actually be good. Wouldn't that be a shock? You ever play a character voice actor in Tor? Oh, geez, that's a good question. It's a tough one. My default answer is male agent.
You're gonna live.
After male agent, I would probably say female Sith warrior. After that, probably female Sith Inquisitor. And female agent. That's off the top of my head, though. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's actually something that's interesting to think about, Tara. We will have to decide if we give negatives to StarCraft 1 for pathfinding, because it still has the pathfinding problems. But it could be argued that it's a tech limitation. I mean, what was the first RTS with good pathfinding? Warcraft 3? Not even that's debatable. Yeah, StarCraft 2 definitively had good pathfinding. Absolutely.
It's not as bad as it looks.
But before that,
We have control of Sobrik's power grid. Diverting power to the Troida disruptor. That's it. Transferring you to Beck Talrot. Sobrik's shield will only be down for a few minutes, so make it quick.
The Troida disruptor is activated. Sobrik's spaceport shield is breaking down. I can't thank you enough.
It was no challenge.
I hope you feel as confident about invading Sobrik, because that's next.
I'm impressed. Those garrisons were tough, and I should know. I was forced to design them. Beck's got good men, but they're not fighters like you and me. They'll need your help to retake the city. Enter Sobrik through the main gates. Fight through the Empire and make your way to the spaceport from there.
Use your double agent status to help us.
The greatest double agent in the world couldn't make the Empire ignore a spaceport invasion. See you inside.
Ham. I don't understand your question, Zaktoff. So you said, I wonder what you think of this. It was in way the last big bioterror incident in Resident Evil, attack on New York City, with gas from a virus that does what all viruses do to make zombies. Are you asking me about the gas attack or using that? Help me out here. Now we go in. Because this should be the class stuff at this point, if memory so leaves. Oh, trust me. I know how bad Corellia is going to be. Oh my god. Yeah, we're going to have to do all the side quests and the planetary primary in Corellia. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. It's so great. Don't worry, we've also got Belsavis to look forwards to. Oh, God. But yeah, Corellia, if you're remembering, we have literally already given a negative to Corellia for overworld design and map design. Because even though all we've done is a class quest there for Trooper, God, Corellia is terrible. You can really tell they were running out of time and running out of everything and just threw Corellia together. Now, I don't mind this class, really, Blade to Fall. I do a lot of damage very quickly. I don't have a lot of live. Yeah, I'm going to have to refill my tea when we get to Corellia, I'll tell you what. I remember Red Alert 3 having decent pathfinding, but I'm pretty sure that's actually around the SC2 era. I know Red Alert 2 had bad pathfinding.
Shh, keep your head down.
Oh, Corellia is worse in terms of overworld layout and in terms of design, but we'll see which one ends up being worse in the long term because we haven't done the quests of either yet. Is that's a God damn it. Yeah, I also remember there being pathfinding issues in Age of Empires 2. Whoop. Could you not be in my way, please, Mr. Elites? Please. Yeah, Red Alert 2 is a game that I remember fondly, almost entirely, because of its story axis. Yeah, it's weird how common it is, too, Linear. And by weird, I mean extremely non-weird and expected. But still sucks. I've heard very mixed things about company heroes.
Oh, man. I thought I was gonna have to start buying from the huts.
We haven't actually reviewed them. In fact, I've never even played them, so I can't speak to that. Is that a corrupt card? That looks like a corrupt card.
It's not as bad as it looks.
Do you want to hear something really sad, Tara? I love the Red Alert 3 story. Unironically. I think 2 is a bit better. Because 2 understood that you have to be serious in addition to silly, whereas Red Alert 3 is 100% silly. But I do still love the Red Alert 3 story. Absolutely. I was going to say, I didn't dislike Dawn of War 2, but it certainly had its issues. Whip, 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 whip.
I've got the package you're expecting.
What? Oh, thank the Emperor. Or someone. I'm almost out. Are you taking over for Newman? I saw they got him last night. He really didn't like the delousing. You better get out of here before they throw you in too.
Not to confuse you, but that's kind of our goal.
Newman's gonna save himself by giving up his buyers. You gotta let me in so I can keep him quiet.
Oh no. They'll kill me if they find out I'm getting stims from the Resistance. Half our unit will be executed.
If he spills, he puts me out of business too, huh? Work with me.
Okay, just make sure he didn't tell anyone, okay? My dad thinks I'm doing really good with this job. There.
I suggest you get very, very lost now.
Okay, I'll, find somewhere to hide. Just don't kill me.
You're gonna live.
Say that. It's hard for me to judge if I'm really a Command & Conquer fan. Is Command & Conquer really important to me? Oh yeah, absolutely. CNC 1 was one of the first strategy games I ever played, and introduced me to how much I enjoy playing strategy games. But are the CNC games good games? That is a lot trickier of a question. The only two CNC games we even have on the books are the remaster, which is a remaster, and CNC 3, which is the good one. So, we'll see. Probably going to have a strategy block. Actually, we're probably going to have an RTS block at some point. Because we've got StarCraft, StarCraft 2, Command & Conquer 3, and Command & Conquer Red Alert 3, all on the books. And then we've got the Homeworld block that's kind of unrelated. See you around, Damashi. Have a good one. We're gonna cut off soon-ish.
Keep your head down. Security's tight inside the camp.
Hi, Spar.
You stalking me?
If I were stalking you, you'd be dead. I've scouted the cells here. Security uses a two-man guard team as precaution against corruption. Neither one of us will be able to get in alone.
Does this have something to do with that Moff Tyrak?
One of my clan members is in prison here. I'm going to free him. Every patrol has an access code for one of two terminals needed to enter the prison. You take out the patrols here and get their code. I'll get the other and meet you at the terminal.
I agree that Joseph Kukin is one of the biggest reasons the CNC series had the power and standing that they did. Like, I'll agree with that 100%. Let me just... I mean, Kukin's awesome. You know? Enough said. If you don't know that name, he's the one who played Kane, but he was also pretty much the director. Cutscene director, cinematography director, etc., etc. He made those FMVs, let's just be clear about that. And I'm pretty sure the Wing Commander series predates that a little bit, but I could be wrong about that. It might have been coming out at the same time. Because there was just this era of FMV games. We talked about that when we were reviewing Tex Murphy. God, that was a while ago. Interval. I remember that one.
I have the codes.
Now we need to enter them simultaneously into both terminals. When we're in, meet me at cell 665. My clan brother is there. Help me free him, and I'll assist you with whatever you need.
First I want to know who you are. A name would be nice.
Akavi Spar. Go quickly. The codes change often.
I'm kind of curious too, Sarura. What? Okay. As long as you don't watch the Doom Rumination, Blade Javal. Ironically, I could actually probably talk a lot more in depth about Doom now because I've studied FPS design several times over the last few years.
Who are you, old man? What happened to the Mandalorian who was supposed to be in this cell?
What? He was executed this morning.
Executed?
Guess the Empire really didn't like him, huh?
That's not what I meant to hit.
He lived with honor and they killed him like a dog. You do what you need to. I owe you that much. But anyone you want out of here better be gone in 5 minutes. Because I am going to destroy this place.
Remind me who Respawn's made. What Respawn's made? Really quick.
You're gonna live.
Ah, Titanfall 2. Ah, right. Yeah, the people who made Modern Warfare 1 and 2. Yeah. I feel like I agree with that. Although, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that id still's got it. Because, have you played Doom 4 and Doom 5? Holy crap. Yeah, I'm starting to like Spar. Hi, yeah, I'm looking for Newman Carr. No. I'm gonna free Newman once you're... Where's this jackass? It's a CrossFit gym. Oh, whatever. Where is this guy? I did, and I'm not sure what I think of that. I have to admit, I have a great... There you are.
Let's get out of here. This place is about to blow.
What? You brought my field disruptors? Give me 2 seconds and I will give you a thanks like you've never seen. How did you get in here? How did you even know to come? Did Sixer send you? I swear, that droid's the best friend I've got.
I like to do the right thing every now and then. Keeps them guessing.
Right. Let's each take one of these and start busting cages. Free as many as you can, and I'll take charge of getting everyone safely to the base. Call me once you found somewhere to lie low.
Ahem. Speaking of someone who absolutely despises Apex Legends, I am kind of curious what they're going to do with that single-player Apex.
You're gonna live.
Hang on. Damn it. I can't just leave these people to die.
Balmorra is a free world.
This place is about to be nuked, so let's get out of here.
Thank you. Long live the Resistance.
You're gonna live.
Balmorra is a free world. Down with the Empire. Balmorra is a free world.
One moment. Wow, that was fast. Sorry. Hopefully metaphorical, J. Palmer. It's just hard for me to not look at games like that and be upset at what they do to gaming as an industry. Now, I know, it's not really the game's fault. It's the fault of the executives and the investors and the money people. But, you know, you see why that irritates me, right? It's the same reason Fortnite pisses me off. Fortnite's probably a perfectly acceptable game. But screw Fortnite. That would be a nightmare. So here I am reviewing Fortnite. Chat is instantly filled with people telling me how to do it. Or trying to snipe me. All the time, Warpcore. Hey, Truna4. The score on screen is currently accurate for the Smuggler, at least. So that's bonus. So, yep, let's do up there. No, I get it on stream. Pretty commonly, actually. I've been trying really hard to get better about it, but it still irritates the snot out of me. I don't take well to people telling me what to do in general. Especially not when people basically just bark orders at you, you know? Like, you ever have that? Someone's just like, do this. You should be doing this. Why aren't you doing this? You know, it's just, it sounds so rude. And it irritates the piss out of me when people do that. So I'm trying to get better about that. Trying to get better about tolerating it. Because it's not getting better. And I need to just accept that that's just part of my life. That's exactly why I didn't join the army, Saru. And got disowned for it. I have absolutely done the opposite of what people suggest, out of what I can only refer to as spite. Although it's also a little bit of a coping mechanism, too, so it's not pure spite. No, Bob! He was the best of us.
You're lost, Beck. Your men are dead and your ship's in flames.
What? How could you do this to us?
Here come your reinforcements. Ask them if you don't believe me.
All I see is a dead man and his idiot friends.
Please, don't make this hard. Surrender or die. Those are your options.
You won't last 2 seconds against me.
No soldier goes into battle expecting to fail. When the Empire came, the Republic fought, lost, and left. Balmorra needs order, stability, and power to survive. Our future is with the Empire.
Balmorra will be free, and you will be remembered as a traitor.
Balmorra will thank me when this is over. Hear that, Beck? Your backups refuse to surrender. Don't make the same mistake.
Alright, let's see how many seconds they last. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... Yeah, oh, that's not fair. You literally just stunned me to make yourself last longer, you little asshat. That would have been 8 seconds. But 10 is correct.
Hello? Please tell me someone won that firefight.
Yeah.
What happens now?
Colonel Merrick was respected and revered all over Balmorra. If word of this gets out, we'll lose face, and that means losing support and manpower.
You coward. Weak and spineless, just like the Republic.
The Colonel was once a hero. Let him die like one. Kill him, and put him in with the others. I'll say he fell in combat.
My option literally says, done!
This isn't any worse than you deserve.
At least he did something to help us, in the end. Despite the Colonel's best efforts, you've won us the spaceport. Sobrik will be a battlefield for a few days, but we'll get it under control. Meet me back at the Troida workshop. I'll be waiting.
That is my way of flirting, Warp Core. So if I shoot you, well, you know. So DJT asks, do I know what Phoenix Point is? I believe so. That's the XCOM-inspired tactical game, right? If I'm remembering correctly. It's a bonus series, which I don't care about. Is this the right spot? I guess we'll find out in a minute. Yeah, I'm very hesitant on the new Dune game. I'm still just kind of watching it, you know? And it's still in early access, so there's a whole lot of who knows going on around there. We'll see. We'll see. But anyways, yes, I am aware of Phoenix Point. I've never played it, though. Is this up, or this is up? Okay.
Here, let me.
Oh, I don't even want to talk about the survival Dune game. I mean, it could be good. I liked Subnautica.
Captain, I don't know who you got to rig Camp Vigil, but that place is gonna burn for weeks. We've been checking Imperial communications. They're going crazy. It's the first time they've been seriously scared we could win. They're talking about bringing back the Void Wolf to contain us.
Sixer said you're the only one who can decode where I go next.
Yeah, don't worry. I've gotten through Golden's files, and there's great news. He's acquired the access codes for the research base where the Nebula shipment is being stored.
Isn't Golden really some Imperial Moff?
Moff Tyrak. The SIS are still congratulating themselves on getting a mole that high. Now normally the Empire's research bases are crawling with soldiers like deck flies on dung. But today, they're grabbing every warm body to retake Sobrik and Camp Vigil. There'll never be a better time to strike.
I completely had that in mind when I came to get you.
It was a finely choreographed dance. But seriously, it's mostly droids on the base now, and it's all coordinated from just a few command posts. If you can plant slicer spikes into the terminals at all the posts, it should open all the internal doors, leave you just the droids to get past.
Droids always seem to like me.
I wouldn't count on these droids having much personality. They're heavy war droids, a Balmorra specialty. Good luck, Captain. And if you get that shipment, keep the Resistance in mind, okay? We could use a few of those weapons.
I guess. I didn't know they were even making a sequel to The Forest. The Forest was a little bit too, let's go with creepy for me. But definitely a well-constructed one. Like, if you want a horror survival game, that's a good one.
I managed to retrieve all of the data recorders.
Perfect timing, too. Anlin just finished dressing my wounds. Not too shabby, Private.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Once that intel gets analyzed, the fleet will finally start making some headway on this planet.
It was no challenge.
That's what I like to hear. Junior could learn from you.
Probably J. Palmer. Probably.
I'll transmit this data back to base. We should be able to step up our offensive any day now.
Oh, excuse me. I don't know about a racing block because
It's not as bad as it looks.
most of the racing games I could think of wouldn't really fall into that, but there's a few racing games I would like to review. And of course, there's every Mario Kart game. So I'm not going to say no, it's just, we'd have to think about it.
It's over. Sobrik is free. I didn't think I'd live to see it. You have no idea what you've done for us. Colonel Marek's sacrifice inspired countless men to join the Resistance. The Republic's promised more men, more supplies. We'll clean things up in Sobrik, and then see what else we can do.
Tell all your friends about me.
Your name will be in the history book someday. I can promise you that. Commander Maydeen wants to speak with you. We've got him waiting on comm call.
The crew, Sarura Range.
Did the commander say what it was about?
He didn't say, and I didn't pry.
A surprisingly good
Balmorra
game.
will never forget what you did for
Unlike
us.
the crew 2.
Thank you again.
Which is a surprisingly bad game.
It's not as bad as it looks.
Really? Oh, good to know.
Commander Maydeen, I was told you wanted to speak with me.
Solberg is free, and we have you to thank. A battalion should be in the city soon, though it'll be a long slog. You've proven your commitment to Balmorra and the Republic. I've been authorized to ask for your help with a top-secret mission.
We've already invaded Imperial territory and liberated Soberg. What's left?
The Republic didn't even know this objective existed until the Empire forced us off-world. The Balmorrans hid it well. Let me introduce Dr. Karsiri, a scientist at the Balmorran Arms Factory. Lead scientist now, actually. Not that that matters. I don't lead armies or free cities like you. Dr. Karsiri is braver than he admits. He's working on the whole reason the Empire's fighting for Balmorra. The Barrager planetary defense system.
We've shut down a satellite system and broken through a spaceport shield.
This is different. This weapon guarantees victory for whoever controls it. The Barrager can destroy an entire orbiting fleet without launching a single ship. The host planet becomes an impenetrable fortress. We can't do anything to the Barrager unless we can control it. For that, we need someone who knows the weapon inside and out. The weapon's designers are Dr. Meln and Dr. Ortis. They refused to work for the Empire and were imprisoned in the Gorinth Brig.
Are you certain they're alive?
The Gorinth Brig holds people who are inconvenient, not damned. Dr. Meln and Dr. Ortis are the only people who can get us the Barrager. They must get out of the Gorinth Brig safely. My scout West Durga is on the Gorinth Plateau. Speak with him. He'll know how to get inside and free the doctors.
Can the other prisoners be freed?
I won't say no, but Dr. Meln, Dr. Ortis, and the Barrager are our top priority. Keep me updated, Commander. I'll do what I can to keep the Empire busy here. Good luck.
I've lost count of how many super weapons we covered. As we already talked about, Act 2 is just really a super weapons act. For everybody. I mean, think about the Agent Act 2 for a second. I'm not going to say anything, but, you know. I think that's it. Was there a quest outside? Hey, Doc Cobran. Yeah. That's about right. Nope, I don't see any other quests here. Excellent.
It's not as bad as it looks.
Yeah, super weapons. It's right there in the name. SW Tor. Alright, so if it's not obvious, we're actually over the cutoff point. But I wanted to get... No! I wanted to get that turned in. So I'm going to get on top of this thing and update the HUD really quick here. Where are we at? Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I guess there's actually no updates to the HUD. Never mind. 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be a continuation of, you know, this game that I'm playing right now. Damn it, there's more quests. No. No. Okay, there's one more quest. Okay, we'll pick up this quest. Then we'll chop off. God damn it. So many quests on Balmorra. Wait till we get to Corellia.
Major, I really wish you'd think again.
I appreciate you patching up my men, Doctor. But there's a reason civilians aren't looked to for military advice. You, however, are just what the Doctor ordered, so to speak. The Imperials are sitting on key targets, and my entire platoon's been poisoned.
Oh no.
How were your men poisoned?
The Imperials have turned the surrounding region into a toxic sinkhole. The vapors have been downing us.
The Empire dumped a whole mess of herbicides when they first invaded. Ruined an entire season's worth of crops.
Yeah, right. Crops. Anyway, any troops I send are rendered helpless by the toxins before they're picked off by Imperial patrol droids.
Isn't there any way to protect yourself from the toxins?
We've tried everything. Envirosuits, armored transports. Pretty remarkable for anti-vegetable weaponry. Fortunately, we've cooked up a formula that'll burn those toxins out of the ground.
It'll get rid of the toxins, all right, and destroy the soil in the process. These farmlands are some of the most fertile on Balmorra. The harvests are sold all over the planet. People will starve without them.
You have a better solution?
I know it's risky, but if you can get me samples of the toxins, I should be able to develop a workable vaccine for our soldiers.
We don't have time to play scientist. I need your help dispensing the formula we have. I can count on you, right?
I'm with the doctor on this one. Let's make that vaccine.
I was starting to think the Republic had lost all sense. Thank you. I'll need several soil samples. Also, the toxin may cause some unpleasant side effects, so work quickly.
Anti-vegetable weapons. I love it.
Here, let me.
Oh, and in answer to your question, Zach Teft, I'm not particularly inclined or disinclined to Resident Evil 5 right
Anything
now.
a soldier needs, and some things he doesn't.
I'm good. Whatever direction, I'm good. Okay, now we're gonna chop off. And
good luck,
tomorrow. Oh my god, are we even like... we're about 2/3 through Balmorra. Good lord, Balmorra. And then we got the bonus series. Oh, God, no. No.